maybe there's some useful to help out with the coaching. And then you get the kids coming.
Oh, that would be what the second part so of course the team sounds like suddenly we go watch the series, but we don't really watch. Really pressure.
Coaching sessions a week or 2 weeks. The only thing that was challenging. Any player, I don't want to kind
Just grab a seat. We're just going to give everyone a couple more minutes to roll in. So please, if you need a tea or coffee, just around the corner, bathroom's around the corner as well. We'll start in about 2 or 3 minutes.
Has anyone not signed in yet? Oh, okay. Left in. If you're not on the list, just put your name down and if your email address is correct.
You are still using this. Oh, if it talks there. Check I've just put the kettle on.
I realised that one of my slides, I've actually got calculations down at the bottom. It doesn't matter. Yeah. So you I'm going to make
That's a subsection. I can do it. Any of them, mate. Just grab a seat wherever you like. Do it. It's too much more Alright, ladies and gents, thanks very much. Bit of shush, thanks. See, I'm destined to be a football coach of some description. I need to learn how to do the whistle. Thank you again for coming. For those of you who haven't seen me in any of the other sessions, my name's Emma Sherry. I'm from La Trobe University, so I'm going to be your facilitator today. This is our building, so please welcome to one of our campuses. So I'm not FFV, so in the coffee break or the lunch break, if you have any questions, I can tell you about how to come to uni. I can tell you about the theory, but if it's FFV's website doesn't let me do this, that's Anna, Hari or Rhonda. I can't help you with the FFV related questions. A little bit of housekeeping for those of you who haven't been in this building before. Tea, coffee, water, juice, biscuits around the corner, and lunch will be served out that space as well. And there's 2 sets of toilets. There's one that way and then one that way. So that's where all the facilities are. Please make yourself comfortable. If you need to go to the bathroom or get jiggly or whatever during class, just go. Otherwise you just get distracted. Turn your phones on silent, please. Which was my next thing I was going to say, so that's perfect. Whoever did that, thank you. It's also because it's distracting for you, unless of course you're expecting your wife to have a child today, or your parents are terminally ill in hospital and you need to rush up the street. Just keep it on silent, it's less distracting. Anna Hari's handing around the attendance sheet, and you've got your new workbook inserts there today. So this topic is exceptionally important topic for running your football club. It is less exciting or engaging than what you do on the field. So last week we were talking about getting people playing and how do we get to keep them in our club. That being said, and this is from my professional opinion, the clubs that do this stuff properly, the financial management stuff and the compliance stuff, are the successful clubs. So off-field management tends to directly relate to on-field success. Okay, so we do really want to focus on this sort of stuff, and this is the area that you'll be able to learn, hopefully, a lot. I'm going to hand over to Rhonda. We're going to do some activities again like we did last week, so Rhonda will talk for a bit, then we'll do some whiteboard things, so you don't have to sit and listen to maths for an hour. We'll try and keep it engaging. And please, particularly for this sort of class, if you have a question or we use a term or a concept that you're not familiar with, please ask. I can guarantee you that if you're wondering what does she mean when she says that at least 3 or 4 other people in the room will be having the same thought. So if you're not sure about something, don't be embarrassed, please ask. Okay, we're not are there any accountants in the room? No? Good. Because that's always embarrassing when I explain something and I get it wrong. So we're assuming that everyone's got like a basic working idea of how to manage money because we're all grown-ups, but we're not accountants. Okay? So lock yourselves in, enjoy the ride, and I'll hand over to Rhonda.
Hi everybody. First of all, I'm Rhonda Snyders. I'm my football club manager, now temporarily called club at the moment. We'll see what it's going to be in the near future. So my background is that I've got about 20 years experience in clubs, whether it's in football, 20 years in football, from all sorts of roles. But I've got little athletics, basketball, school committees, you name it, been there, done that on every committee. I'm the one that goes, yep, I'll do that. So I gather you're all probably the same, very similar. You've gone, yep, I'll do that. So what we're trying to do is help educate you in your role that you put your hand up that you want to be participating in. Our statistics show that the clubs that have good committees are the clubs that retain their players. So what we're trying to do is help you become a better club and be better at managing your club so that you can retain your players and your players are happy to be there. So if we can do that, then we can make a good start in keeping our players and attracting some more. So thank you again for coming today. I appreciate you coming out on your Sunday, especially out of season. So thank you, and again, I really appreciate your effort that you're wanting to become a better club. So thank you. So we'll get started. So just basically our contacts. So I'm talking about a few different roles here today. I'm talking about finance, and I'm also talking about registrations. Got to do with my football club a little bit, just in how those fee schedules work, and a little bit of competitions because of timing when we go into talking about team entry fees. So it's a bit of a cross board here that we're talking about because really our budget does encompass all of those areas. So it really comes from the fee schedule that we put out each year, and that's the basis of our budget that we're going to be putting together. So when it comes to finance questions such as how much money is on your account, what's coming up and what's due, we've got the finance team. Anything that's got to do with registrations in my football club is myself and my team in my football club, and so I've got the two different contacts there. Okay, so the invoices that FFV raised during the year are all on the fee schedule, and you've all got a copy of that in your notes. There'll be another fee schedule released soon. At the moment, the fees are going to the board for the next board meeting, and hopefully they'll be approved. Once they're approved, we can then put them in a schedule and get them out to you. And that's then when we start putting all our fees together and working out rules and regulations and so forth. So it's a very important board meeting that they hold then, and that's the direction that we know we're going. Basically, the fees, I believe, will not be going up, so we can plan basically to that they're going to be the same, okay? And the same as FFA, yes?
When they are approved, where do we find them?
We will be sending them out to clubs as administrators, whoever's listed as an administrator on my football club. So if you're not in the system as an administrator, please ask whoever is your My Football Club administrator add you in there so that you will get those contacts.
No, we just found at the start of this season because we didn't have anyone in, we didn't get that. So this is the first time I've seen this year's schedule.
Sure. Yep, and it's also up on the website as well. On our website, we have the fees always there. And they'll be in two sections. They'll be under my football club, and they'll also just be under competitions as well. So there'll be two areas that those fees will be appearing. But if you have any problems in finding it, because I know that the website's a little bit hard to navigate, we're actually trying to work a little bit on that at the moment next year. So we're sort of getting into the club HQ where it's one area that as an administrator you can come into and move from there. So just trying to make it easier for you, and hopefully it'll be quite visible that those fees will be available. So what happens straight away is that we have our team entries that you need to put them in at the start of the season. All the prices are on this fee schedule, so you'll know how much money each one of those teams is going to cost you. The next one is player registrations. Again, the fees are disclosed, so you're going to know how much money you need to pay FFV and FFA for those fees. Then we've got match record books. If you haven't got any more of those, you'll need to purchase some of those. And then there's disciplinary invoices as well that will be raised. They're basically the only ones that we will be giving to an active club. And if they're not on that fee schedule, they won't be issued to you. So everything that's disclosed in that fee schedule are the only things that we actually charge. There's nothing else. Okay. So fees and key dates. So these are the things that you need to be aware of and keep an eye out for. As I said, they'll be coming out before the start of next year. So we'll be madly putting that together.
It's on the handout, so it's a 2-page in your notes there.
Yeah. So the first one is the fee schedule, and that's where I'm saying you've got all your different fees there. So this is a really crucial document to have. This one here. And it's got then also when you've got your instalments due, if you've got teams in State League 1 or BPL, and then you've got the other dates, the early bird rates. So I'd really take advantage of the early bird rates. Anything that we're offering as a discount, I jump on. So, you know, if you know that you're going to have teams indefinitely, take advantage of that early bird rates. No, sorry. Yeah.
Sorry, Rhonda, did you say that this is not going to change before
It will be very, very similar, I'd say. Yep. I haven't seen what the proposal is, but they have said that they're going to be keeping them the same. And FFA has said that theirs are the same, although I haven't seen their document yet either.
So will the dates be the same?
The dates might be a little bit different, but it might be around the same timing. Depends on what will happen now is that the competitions will now work on their competition structure, the league structures and when they're going to start. So based on that will be when we work backwards from that then for team entries and when the cut-off is going to be for that. So once competitions have put the structure together, we can start working. Okay. And on the other side, is the referee schedule. So this is one that I am not too familiar with, but I know that we've got to pay our referee fees, and that's the schedule there. Now, I know that there's 3 referees, and a lot of the time you only have one that comes, and you're only paying one. So when we come to talk about our budget later on, if you know you only have one that comes, cater for just the one in your budget. If you know that you have 3, put in 3. Okay, so we'll talk about that later. In the budget that we're going to be working on, I've sort of put together with including 3 for all of them. But we do know that there's not 3. It'd be lovely if there were 3, but there's just not enough referees to go around.
Are they going to change or are they going to be similar?
I believe they will be similar as well. Yeah, yeah. So the word that I've got is FFA aren't changing and we're not changing. Yep, so we only had a slight increase last year on the fees. And I think because we've got the new board and a new CEO, new sort of looking at everything, they're going to keep it the same way until they sort of know what the big picture is once they get their minds around everything. So at the moment, everything will just be the way it is. We don't want to raise our fees, and we've encouraged clubs not to have their fees too high either. We want to keep players, we want to get them coming in into the sport, and one of the main deterrents is the fees. So we've now got, in my football club, it'll have what your fees are for different age groups. So people can go shopping and have a look and see, okay, well, I've got this club and this club and this club in my area, what are their fees? So that's what the consumer wants to know. I get calls all the time from people saying, oh, this club's charging me $1,000, and I think it's ridiculous. And I'll say, well, have you looked at other clubs around the area, because they are cheaper, but you need to compare what the others are offering. So you really need to think about what you're offering for the money that you're paying, what you're charging. Yes?
Is there a chance for clubs to negotiate association fees with you guys?
No, they're set. Yeah.
They seem to be high.
Yeah, they are set fees. They are set by the board. They cover our administrative costs to run the competition. Yeah, so they are set, and I really don't think they will be reducing unless something structurally changes. We get, whether we can get some kind of big grant or, some kind of government support. Other than that, it's your fees that you pay us that make us operate. So we actually, need to make that amount of money to be able to meet what we've got to spend on and give back to the clubs.
I think also remembering those of you who were there, I'm going to say last week, even though it wasn't last week, so bear with me, but the last class, we were talking about the fees being a deterrent for retaining and bringing new members, that we were talking a bit about last week, last time about being transparent. So if you can do a breakdown of your fees on My Football Club, I think Sal was saying, you can say, lighting X amount, in your fee this much, your $400, $30 goes to lighting of the pit, $25 goes to this. So that people, when they are doing that shopping, if it is $1,000 versus $500, but you're getting $500 extra stuff, then you can make an informed decision. If all you're giving them is $1,000 versus $500, then of course I'm going to go to the $500 club, but I'm not going to know what the extra value is in there. So be explicit what your fees are giving them.
Yeah.
And if you can't, then maybe you're charging too much.
Yeah. And this is where we go through the budget. You'll be able to see whether how much money at the end you have. And if you have got a large amount of money, maybe think about reducing the fees so that you can attract some players. We're being not-for-profit, you are meant to be putting back that profit into the club, into some kind of format, whether it's education, whether it's, anything. Materials, anything that's for the club. So one good way would be to reduce the fees if you're able to do that. I'm not saying to do that, but keep them down if you can, because your consumers are now looking and asking. We're always being compared to AFL, being compared to cricket, basketball, you name it. Every day we've got someone asking those figures and why we're higher. And we need to say, well, this is the reality. The other thing that to put it in perspective, if you do get asked the question about why it is so high, is that it's nearly the whole year long that they're paying for. They're doing Auskick, for example. They've got no actual qualified instructors. They're normally parents they've got no education. They might have played footy, but they don't know. They're just helping out. Whereas we've actually got a small-sided football structure. We've got a way that they can lead into, and you're all at the club as well. So for club and for development, I think that our system is a lot stronger, but we need to be able to promote that and feel confident in promoting that. So don't be worried that the fees are high and someone says to you, oh, but it's high. As I'm saying, if you can say this is the reason, and a lot of our costs that we've got using just lighting alone and electricity at the club, that's one of the biggest costs. So you need to cover those costs, and of course everyone has to pay a little bit, which we'll talk about shortly. So as I said, we're trying to build stronger clubs, and to do that we need stronger management skills. And the budget is an essential part when it comes to working out how things are going to be paid, the timings of when they're going to be paid, which we'll go into as well a little bit later. That's very important to know that, in January I've got a lot of expenses because I've got to buy kits and apparel, that sort of thing. By the end of the year I've got no money, it's run out. And where am I going to get this money to start next season off when I need to spend all those expenses? So you need to have a little bit of money, and again we'll work out that to show you how that works a little bit later. And then of course you've got your requirements that you've got with ASIC or CAB Victoria, that you've got to be compliant and send them in your profit and loss and your financial statements each year to remain compliant. Remaining compliant is very, very crucial, and we'll be going on about that this afternoon. And this is the reason why we need to do a budget. This is the reason why we need to have board members, committee members, and what their roles are, and why they're so important. And you need to make sure you are compliant. If you haven't got an officer, a public officer or a secretary that does this role, please make sure that it's one of the things that you really look into when you get back to the club, in that those documents are submitted. We check to make sure they have been submitted, and ASIC or CAB advise us that they haven't, and we will be in contact with you. But if you still let that lapse, there's nothing we can do. They will cut you off as a club, and then we can't let you play. So that's the last thing that we want to happen. So please, we really, it's a really big crucial point that you need to be aware of.
And Daniel will talk a bit more about that later this morning. But for those of you who came earlier in the year with me and I talked about governance and that sort of stuff, I can't reiterate that enough. By signing up to an incorporated association, which is what your CAV reports do, so most of your clubs you should be incorporated associations, it's protecting you, the board member or the director, committee member. If you are not registered as an incorporated association, you don't create the legal person, so your club becomes legally a person, and if there's an insurance claim or something like that, it's against the club person, not the actual you person. So compliance, budgeting, financial reporting, yes, it is frustrating. It's something that we have to do, that we don't really, I mean, Rhonda might delight in doing it, but other people don't delight quite so much. But, it's something that we kind of have to do. But if it is protecting you, and Daniel, I said we'll go into this more detail, but these levels of compliance protect you as an individual. If you are a committee member, you are liable for the running of your organisation. And if your organisation does something illegal or improper, then you, as a director, will be responsible. So this incorporated association, the rules around it, protect you, the individual. Worst case scenario, people do lose their houses.
Does the FFV offers like directors liability insurance?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, that's in the insurance from Gates, the National Insurance Program policy. That's covered in there. So that insurance component that's built into the fees covers everything for you. And on our website, there actually is basically their handbook. It's actually Gal Gates' website that it takes you to, and it explains exactly what it covers.
You said there's no website that's all on the lookout for the players' medical insurance as well?
Yes. Yes. Yeah.
And I think that's the key point, though. If for some reason you don't put your CAV reports in, then you do lapse. The director's insurance is null and void. Okay, so that's why the filling out the form at the right time is important to protect you, the individual committee members.
Yeah.
I don't want to scare you off from being a committee member, but you are, as a director, liable for the running of your club. That incorporated association and that filling out that one form a year protects you.
Okay, so included in that one form is you've got to submit your financial statements. So this is what we'll be talking about a little bit or very soon. So what I would recommend to you is to find someone at the club, a parent or a student who is studying accounting or as a bookkeeper. I would be targeting them and just going, help me. Now some of them go, yeah, I do that for a job, I don't want to do it for the club. Okay, but maybe you could sweet talk them around. It's very important that it is done, because when it comes to your AGM, you're going to get questions from everybody about your budget and about how you've ended up and what your financial situation is. They're going to sit there, and you probably faced it yourselves, where they're going to throw you 100 questions. Why have we lost money here? Where did my money go from here? I can't see it on my statement. You will get asked those questions, and you need to be prepared. So by having a good budget and a good knowledge of what's actually happening, you can answer those questions quite comfortably and confidently. If you can't answer it, then it's probably a real question and a real problem that you probably need to address. Yep.
Just a quick question on the finance that you're going on about.
Yep.
With the treasurer, has the committee got a right to look at the books?
Yes. Definitely. Every meeting, the treasurer should be producing a statement or be able to show you what's happened with the figures for that month, and produce the bank statement as well. That should be at every meeting. That's part of their duty, to produce those documents for you as a committee to look at. And as a committee member, it's your responsibility to make sure that you know what's going on. So if they're coming every time and going, oh, I'm too busy, the kids were sick, or this happened, oh no, I didn't print it off, that's not good enough. If that's their position, that's what they've got to do, and they need to produce those. You could say, look, next time bring them in, or if you could just catch up with me next week at the club, I just want to have a look at it. Especially as the president, I would be right on to that.
You should be getting 3. You should be getting a profit and loss, a balance sheet, and a cash flow.
So, sorry, apart from the issue of fee, what makes the treasurer produce that?
Well, one is that's the job description of being the treasurer.
Okay.
But two, it's only going to be if it's, let's just say worst case scenario, dysfunctional board. Okay, so the board's dysfunctional. The treasurer's Gollum-like, keeping all the money and the reports to themselves. And I know it has happened, so let's use the examples. What you as the board need to do, as the committee need to do, is you need to force that to change. Because as I just said, you as the committee are responsible. So as difficult as the personality issues are, as the actual confronting someone is, you as a director will be held responsible. And as Daniel will talk to you about in compliance, and those of you who had me earlier in the year talking about governance, the I didn't know excuse isn't a valid excuse. So you think of the global financial crisis, all the big things, people going, oh, well, the director's like, oh, I didn't know, we didn't know it was going to happen this way, or we didn't know this was the situation. Not an excuse. So if anything, and again, I can't imagine very many local community club, football clubs are going to be taken to court for any reason, but if that happened, and you had to stand up as the president or whoever your role is on the committee and say, well, I didn't know, the treasurer didn't tell us, too bad. It's your responsibility as a director, I'm using the word director, but committee member, to know that information. And if it is in such a way that your treasurer isn't sharing that information, then there needs to be a special general meeting or some such thing to kick him out and get a new one.
How often should the treasurer report the books or the progress?
Every board meeting.
Every meeting or every quarter? Or?
Every board meeting. So however often your board meets. So, for example, I'm on Big Sport. We meet quarterly. We have quarterly financial reports. For a community club, I think that it's going to sound counterintuitive. The smaller your organisation, the more hands-on you guys are in making the things happen, the more you should be meeting. So the bigger my boards that I sit on, some of my big boards I have to make the big decisions about. I only meet once or twice a year because there's staff to do the work. You guys don't have staff to do the work, you are doing the work, so it's more important that you keep a handle on it. I'd suggest monthly during season, maybe not so much off season. There's another?
Yes.
Sorry, I keep taking over.
Comment. Do you think sometimes that, you made a comment that you meet with the Big Sport board and you every month and you report back?
Yeah.
Do you think sometimes because some of the expectations now with people serving on these sort of boards that it filters through to the community level, the community level doesn't really have that expertise all the time,
Yeah.
more important. Yeah. And I think sometimes, for me, it's a bit of a mismatch in terms of, say, the AFL or larger organisations can say, oh, these are all best practices, and they might be saying, FFV Club doesn't do running a soccer club,
Yeah.
and they go, well, where are your policies and procedures? And they just go, I'm just happy to get the pitches sorted out and the goals up on the weekend. Let's worry about it later.
Oh, completely. The volunteer board and what we call a volunteer operational board, so the board's actually not governing, the board's doing, always is an issue of that time. I think, however, though, yes, best practice versus reality, financial reality is you guys will be held personally responsible as directors. Now, yes, you've got directors' insurance, but that's worst case scenario. That's like when you're getting sued as an individual. You don't ever want to get to that point where you're getting sued as an individual director. So you want to be on top of off the record, even though I'm being recorded, the treasurer is the role on your committee that holds the most responsibility. Don't tell your president. On presidents in the room, block your ears. Presidents, you are the figurehead, you're the face, you're the person who talks, but the treasurer is the one that makes the business run at an operational level, and they're the ones that can make or break the organisation if they don't do their job properly.
Yeah, surely the guys, you couldn't have approved a constitution that doesn't require your treasurer to report to the board every month.
Exactly, but I think what we're saying here is the constitution would say something, but actually in reality it's not happening. Yeah, so it's what to do when the reality is not what you're meant to be doing. It's the same as in the governance one, and apologies if this person's in the room, the governance one, someone asked me how often annual general meetings need to be held.
You pretty much approved that.
Yeah.
and he hasn't produced a report for you, you can demand that report or
Yeah.
remove him from that position.
That's
He
right.
does have to have a special general meeting because he's refusing to.
Exactly.
comply by
And the
Constitution.
Incorporated Association legislation, so the model rules you all operate under, says that very clearly. So you do have structure around you that says that can happen. The physical getting the books off the person is the more challenging part.
You just have to keep on their backs. Make them be accountable for it. I was involved with an athletics club where the treasurer, every meeting, she didn't come with it. And being the president at the time, I said, if you do not produce these by next week to me at the game, or at the venue, I'm sorry, but you're going to be replaced. So she was there with bells on. She came and bought the material to me. The reason why she was scared to produce it, she didn't know what she was doing. So that's what the problem having to be. So when there is some kind of issue, maybe ask them and see if there is a problem. Maybe they don't understand their role. Again, not everybody studies accounting or knows how to put together a budget, which we're going to put together very shortly. Hopefully, by the end of this afternoon, you're going to have been educated on what it's going to look like, what kind of questions to look at, where you can see something going wrong. Okay, so hopefully that will happen, so that you will have the ability to go, okay, this is what you're meant to be doing, and you're not doing it. And this is what this should be looking like. It's not looking like that. By the end of the season, we're going to be broke. So you're going to be empowered very soon to find out how to look at that and read those financial statements. A lot of people don't know how to read a financial statement. It's very easy. It's just putting it all together, which makes it fit. That's a bit of the background to it that's the hardest part. Once you've got it set, it's easy. Question?
My question is, when launching statements, financial statements to the club, it says that for less than 250,000, you can do by yourself.
Yes. It doesn't have to be audited, yeah.
Yeah. But I've seen last time there's about 10,000 to 15,000, something like that, that really still last time. Plan was called accounting something.
Yeah.
Is it the same procedure, same thing that we used to do before, or something has changed now?
The legislation's changed for lodging your financial reports. If you're a club that earns under 250,000, which majority of the clubs would be, then you can all you have to put in is your financial statement. So your treasurer pulls your annual finances reports together and lodges that. The difference is if you earn over $250,000, then you have to get an auditor to audit those statements. So the statements are still the same statements, it's still the same reports coming out, but the auditor is confirming that they're accurate. So if you're earning under 250, you still have to lodge financial statements. These will show what money's in, what money's out, the books are balanced, and that you're trading, that you're liquid, but you don't have to have them audited. That being said, I'm on a board where we make maybe $100,000 a year maximum. That's a really good year. We still get them audited because I don't want to not know that they're right.
So is that just the revenue, or are we talking profit?
Revenue.
So pure.
Yeah, because most of you guys shouldn't be making 200. If you guys are making 250,000 plus profit, you're in the right industry, but you're probably wasting your skills. You should be. Yeah, you might want to look at your fees. But again, that's more just the government's kind of drawing the line to say that's enough money where it's a bit risky. It's all about risk, protection of risk. If you're only making $10,000 a year, the government doesn't really mind so much if the books aren't 100%. If you're making $250,000, they want to know that you're accounting every cent exactly correctly. But you're still, as an individual director, as a person who sits on boards, I would still pay the however much money to get my reports audited.
You can get really, again, if you can tap into an accountant who is at your club. They're probably standing there behind the scenes and you have never approached them. That will be a great resource to you. Not only because they can help you put those figures together or oversee to make sure the treasurer's doing the right thing, or even just to set the treasurer up in what they've got to do, because they know the rules and regulations as well as what's got to happen. They maybe don't have to do the treasurer's role, but they might be able to guide the treasurer and help them along the way. Plus two, they might, I know my situation's having the books audited by them, by their company, they might only charge $50 for it out of goodwill, okay? So a lot of organisations will help clubs, so to make advantage of that. Bendigo Bank have also got, I believe, links to accountant firms that will do the same sort of thing. So there's also the new one, Banking with Football, which is we've only just got on board as well. They're also wanting to help clubs. So when we find out a bit more about banking on football, we'll have that up on the website. But I would also be looking at trying to, speaking to them and finding out if there's some kind of way we can get the auditing of books done quite cheaply, or hardly any cost as well. So you're just going to tap into those people and ask them, get advice from them what they can do to help you as a club. Once you get this part right, you're not going to have any real dramas financially and what's going to be coming out.
The only prerequisite is that your treasurer, so say you've got a treasurer who happens to be an accountant, they can't also be the auditor. They need to be two separate people. So you need two accountants.
If that accountant had some other role in the club, is that
completely fine.
Have to be,
if they were the president, they could also be the auditor. It's a bit bodgy, but it's less bodgy.
It's not too close?
Yes. Legally, no, not too close. Morally, probably yes. It's better to have the arm's reach. But again, if you're talking a $10,000 surplus a year, okay. And to be honest, if it's an accountant, so if it's an actual principal accountant, they're probably going to get one of their office people to do it anyway. They're not going to do it themselves.
It'll probably come from the club.
It'll come from the organisation.
Yeah.
Because accountants obviously don't want to lose their job over mismanaging a small football club's books, because they've got professional responsibilities as well. So rule of thumb, separate, and a bit of arm's reach.
I think just getting back to what Rhonda was saying, look, I don't remember receiving an auditor's bill in the last 10 years.
Of course.
So most accountants will pretty much do it for you for nothing.
That's right. You just have to ask.
As long as you ask them nicely,
and as long as your books are in order. Don't take them a box of receipts like that. Make sure it's all in order. The only other thing I keep butting in. The only other thing I will say, and this is from the director point of view, if you're a new, so post-election, I would not be putting my hand up to be on a committee if there was not proper financial documents. When I step on post-election, I want to know exactly how much is in the bank, what we have, what we owe, what the plan is for that next year. Because when you're on, it's too late. You don't want to spend all your time on that committee as you're a newly elected committee member. I was going to drop a rude word. Trying to fix it all up. So make sure it's fixed. You guys are probably in a situation where some of you are fixing it all up. Leave it better than you got it.
I don't know if this is the right time in your presentation, but there's one thing about reporting figures properly. It's another thing in terms of the other responsibilities that the Treasurer or the committee needs to do in terms of taxation acts, things of that nature. So do you have any idea how many clubs, for instance, are registered for GST, who are actually deducting amounts from when they're paying, say, someone for running the canteen, or coaches, or coaching coordinators, but they're not registered and it's all swept under the carpet? Do you have any, does the FFV ask for some sort of conformance?
We know which organisations they are that would be earning, having that threshold. And yes, they are compliant with their GST. We know that they have actually done that part, and we've seen that they are paying their GST and they are compliant for GST purposes. But again, we don't check that. Sorry?
It's more underneath that level that's...
You're talking about the grey economy where people get paid. Yeah. There's not much you can do about that.
No. It's like the ATO.
There's not much the FFV can do about that.
Yeah.
Sorry?
There's not much the FFV can do about the grey economy.
It's sort of like the ATO with people paying cash for trade of services. There's no way of actually checking that unless you witness it happening, and then you can ask what's going on.
Because what's more and more is happening now is that coaches are getting paid, there are coaching coordinators getting paid, And I wonder how many of those positions, by sitting on the committee, were actually, sort of being deducted tax or submitting the right sort of ABN invoices. Probably not.
For those, there is that fine rule with the ATO in regards to how much you can earn as a hobby. So as a coach, that's what they are. It's a hobby. It's not their income. So therefore, that generally speaking, they wouldn't need to pay or declare that money. Then you talk to other people. If you go by the book, it is that they do need to declare that money.
If you have to declare other personal income tax, if you have to declare 5 cents interest from the bank, you have to declare that you've got money from the coach. That's the ethical.
Ethically, yes, exactly. Yep.
And as clubs,
yep,
we should be making sure the paperwork's in place. And if those coaches aren't declaring it, that's their problem.
That's right.
But it's also too. Remember, we were talking before about how people are measuring up. I'm spending 5,000 for this, sorry, 500 for this club membership versus 1,000. If you're being transparent that $100 of your $1,000 membership is going to coach payments, then there's going to have to be somewhere. If I come to your AGM and there's no line item that says payment to coaches, I'm like, well, what are you doing with all that money then?
Yeah.
So the grey economy, and I know it does happen everywhere. I know that in the VAFA, so the Amateur Football AFL Football League, they're not allowed to be paid. But there's a number of wives that are paid a substantial amount of money to run the canteen. So there's always ways that people will get around the process. That's good and bad. I mean, we all know that that's kind of, the clubs do run on the smell of an ollie rag, and that's kind of how we can work things. But no, ethically it's not correct. And the rules and legislation around a lot of this stuff are getting tighter and tighter and tighter.
Yeah.
So I, as a director, will always err on the side of being more cautious, because I don't want to have to stand up in front of you at an AGM and tell you that we've been fudging the books.
Yeah. That's what it comes down to. If you are confident to be able to speak to your members and say, yep, here it is, everything we've got and everything we do is here, so that you're not going to get that awkward question, with someone going, well, where's the money here on the budget for coaches?
Or the canteen made no money this year because it's all gone, the cash has gone to the payments.
Yeah.
Sorry, a couple of things I'd add to this is that from a coaching point of view, we ask our coaches to sign a statement by supply form, which is an ATO form. That then makes them responsible for their own tax affairs. We don't know what their tax position is. Correct. They could be in all different positions, so it could be done as a hobby, but there's other things that they can tick on that form.
That's right.
From that point of view, I think that's a responsibility the club has when you're paying coaches.
Correct. So you're responsible for making sure that your documentation's right, whether they pay tax or not, their problem.
So we can't, we should be then taking tax out if they don't fill that form in and give it to us. So
Correct.
we need to take tax out 46.5% if that is the case. So that makes them look at the form. They most of them don't understand the form when we say you're going to go to your own accountant because that's your financial affairs, not ours.
Yeah.
So are you saying that you could pay a coach $1,000
yeah.
and not deduct tax from them, or not get an ABN, or get an ABN invoice from them?
The statement of supplier is,
it's a statement by supplier.
it's replacing an ABN. So you've got a registered, it's a tax
You're saying
form.
that they're doing this as a hobby?
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's,
or another choices.
they tick which choice.
Yeah.
So it's like if a coach is registered for ABN and they give us an ABN,
Yeah, that's
they don't
fine.
need to read that form.
That's
If
fine.
you're not registered for an ABN, then they need to fill in that form if we're going to pay them.
Just saying that they're doing this as a hobby.
Yeah.
That's the only thing.
Yeah.
No, there's other choices they have as well as that. It may not be a hobby in their case.
They would need to go and speak to their accountant to work out themselves what their best position would be. So it's not for you to know, that's for them to go and
But I
speak
thought
to
the
their
responsibility
accountant.
was on the club to make sure that form is entitled to be submitted.
The club's responsibility is to make sure that the documentation's in place,
Yeah.
that you're documenting that these people are being paid. Whether that's as a hobby or as an ABN or as a salaried person. So some of the big clubs, like Bendigo Club, for example, they would have salaried people. However that's set up, your paperwork's in place for that, and there's a documentation that, each week this person's getting $100. That's your responsibility. If you're paying them $100 cash, that's their responsibility to declare that, but your paperwork is in place and your payments to them are recorded.
And we can only pay them
If they fill out those
however
forms.
we pay them. We can only pay them without taking tax out if they give us that form.
Correct. Yeah.
So the other question, sorry, to just add on to the other one, was when you're talking about the grey area, I'm very unclear about the refs fees, the fact that we have to pay cash, and whose responsibility is from a tax point of view. If FFV are employing the refs and telling the refs where to go on a certain day or a certain time, then my understanding is that they're employed by the but the issue is that the clubs have to pay them cash, and it's certainly a huge responsibility for a club to do every week, and particularly when you're not necessarily getting the coach for every single day. So we're preparing it on the understanding that a coach will turn up, but then we also have to then undo all that the next week when a coach doesn't turn, ref doesn't turn up.
Yeah.
I'm just interested from a tax point of view where that fits.
It would, I suppose, be just where it comes into the books, whether you did pay that money or didn't pay that money at that time. It'd be in the transactions.
I think of FFV in that case as the booking agent, not the employer. So it's like my husband's a nurse. It's like an agency, but the agency places them there for you,
So
but you pay them.
Where does the tax office fit in?
They would have to declare it.
They need to, again, speak to their accountant. They need to
Then we
declare
don't
that.
ask them to fill in a statement by supplier.
No, you don't need to. We actually have that at FFV. They have documentation that they have to submit to us, which is one of those. So they actually have provided that to us.
Could they submit an invoice to the club when they turn up?
No. So if they don't,
Because there's, I have a sheet that they get them to fill in and sign, but apart from that, there's nothing. It'd be good if they could turn up with the slip from the FFV that says under 13s game $40. They hand that over. I give them $40, and then I've got a source document for my transactions.
Their names, we don't know who have. Sometimes they won't even sign our form to say who they are. They don't even want to be acknowledged at all.
Okay. I'll see what I can do with the finance team. Chris Brophy is the Chief Financial Officer. I will put it to him. I know these refs are always a problem and always a query all the time, even from themselves. So, I'm happy to work on that and make sure that we can get some kind of clear guideline. And if you're saying that will help you, which I probably would, is we can look at that. And hurry up and have
The biggest
something.
stop would be that FFV paid them and that you invoice us every so
That's
often
what
for
you can do. You don't have to pay. If you don't pay as a club, FFV will pay. You don't report.
But isn't there a
You get charged with that, yeah.
You get a charge.
Yeah, no, it's a lot. I wouldn't be doing it.
And Hari's writing that on the to-do list.
Yeah, that will cost you a fair bit of money to do that. And I sort of recommend.
If we put a holding amount in at the beginning of the year, that would,
I think what the best solution to this discussion is, Anna Hari's written it down, if we take it back to FFV Finance to say, the accounting of this issue is problematic. I think the lady in the middle had their hand up.
Referees, they're not, their complement is not non-taxable because it's a volunteer.
Again, I'd ask them to speak to their accountant. Their accountant will tell them their
told when I did a referee course, my partner did a referee course, he was told that he did not, there's no they don't need to declare, they can pay in cash, they know that it's non-taxable because it's considered a community volunteer.
And it'd be the hobby.
Program.
It'd be the hobby.
No, it wasn't under the hobby. That's not how they're being told.
That's very poor advice. Can you write that down?
Yeah.
That's very.
Kind of,
Look, for the majority of the refs, it would be a hobby. It would be fitting in on that. The other way that FFV could structure it, but it doesn't sound like it is expenses. So it's actually a reimbursement for travel costs rather than a salary. But unless it's set up that way, then yes, they would still. I can't imagine anyone's getting $10,000 a year in refer fees. But if all of a sudden there's this money coming in your bank account that's not accounted for, so yes, we'll put that on the list.
That's why you put cash. Why can't we make it out to the referee's actual name?
Yes.
Because
Yeah. We've got the gentleman at the back and then it's in the middle. Yep.
Just getting back to the referees, one of the problems was we used to do it that way, and the referees had to declare their income.
And then they had no referees.
Was losing money on it because they were claiming all these stuff. So the ATO decided anything up to $200 is going to be classed as a hobby.
Yeah.
Because the ATO.
Because then I can claim my sunscreen and my boots.
That's why they got rid of that. Now, the other thing, as far as you're concerned with the fees and that, I produce a list for my treasurer every week saying this is the money I need for this week. X amount against this game, X amount against that game, and she writes out a check against that, and I have to break that check up into all those little envelopes, and I get that debit signed by the referee, and I tell them, see, it's simple, unless you sign this, I'm not giving you no money, because this is my receipt, that is my accounting against what I'm paying you.
And that's actually a very good point. If you get your treasurer to write a cheque for the referee's fee total that you then split into cash, the cheque is your documentation that money's gone out for referees. So by keeping a cheque, you've got a paper trail as opposed to stealing $1,000 from the canteen.
But so's the team sheet. You can just photocopy that.
But I think one of the problems is people aren't signing it.
Yeah, but the team sheet has to be signed.
So as long as you've got a paper trail, you'll be okay.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Sorry. You're unsure?
That's fine splitting up the cash, but wait till the referee doesn't turn up on the day.
But then that's
Put
your
it back in.
Yeah, it's for you to have back in, so profit for you.
One last question, then we'll move on. Otherwise, we won't do any of the actual slides. No, go.
Just on all this, we're part of an actual country league, we're not associated with metro league or anything like that. Our referees, and of which I'm one, we have to submit our payments into the actual league that we get appointed to a match from.
Yeah.
And the actual league pays us. The clubs are then sent a bill from the league for all those referee appointments, and we pay the league.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's how our paperwork works, and that's how it really should work.
Yeah, so that's what we'll...
Guys, pay attention please, sorry.
I'm not sure what the reasoning was behind it in why it was set up this way with the referees. I know when I was in finance role, it was always a problem, it was always a question, it was always, what do we do? So it definitely is something that we, as I said, we'll get addressed, and we will have an answer and a clear guideline that I can't guarantee it'll be for next year, but maybe the year after, but we can see how we go. That definitely is a valid point, and I definitely address it.
I think what we need to do, guys, we've got 45 minutes until the compliance gentleman turns up, and Rhonda's got about 20 minutes, like not 20 minutes. We've got some slides on how to actually do some budgeting, so if it's okay with you, we might move on to the doing, and then we'll have time for questions later, if that's okay, or this general discussion. But I think this general discussion has been really useful and important. But I would hate for you to finish the budgeting session and not actually have seen a budget. Would be a bit embarrassing. So we might move on if that's okay.
Okay, so just the budget.
So what we're going to do now, do you want to go through any of this?
Not yet. Okay, it's back one. Back to budget. Yeah.
Okay, we're going to refer you to some of your sheets in your handbook, please. So there's one called Budget Template. It looks like an Excel spreadsheet. And then there's a landscape Excel spreadsheet as well. If you can start looking at those. So you should have an upright A4 portrait Excel spreadsheet and a landscape one. That's what we're going to be working on now.
Okay. So these are our workings.
Yeah, sure. I'm just going to bring them up on the screen so we can see them.
Okay, so this is something I quickly put together for this presentation, just looking at the kind of things I can remember, what a club needs to pay and generally what the rough costings are and how to work that out. Then we're going to be talking about, with the other spreadsheet, the timings of that, which shows the cash flow. So these figures match the cash flow and everything that works with it. So the first thing that we're looking at in this column here is all of your expenses at the top, so it's revenue, the income at the top and your expenses at the bottom. The balance of those two at the end is your balance. So we want to have a positive balance. So to work out how to get to that point, we need to look at how we're going to come to our price. So if you're looking at your fees, like senior men's or any of them, you need to know how many players roughly you've got. You need to know roughly then how much you want to charge them. And out of that, what you would need to charge them, you also need to budget down here how much they cost. So we know that senior men, the FFA and the FFV together is $190, which you get invoiced for and you pay per player. So we know that $190 is going to have to be coming out of that revenue. So we're in the top line here, we've got 30 players. Now I just plucked a figure out of the blue, so 450. I thought I can work with that. So these numbers that I've put in here as a club fee, they're basically numbers that I've just come up with. So whatever your club fees are, you put those in, okay? So that's your whole fee that you get, including the FFA and the FFV fee, which you need to pay later, but that's including everything, okay? So then you're going to get a tally at the end. Now the Excel spreadsheet that I've put together, which you'll get a copy of, it's got formulas in there to add them up for you to get to the total.
So you'll get an electronic version of this that you guys can play with.
Yeah. Okay.
With the magic sums that will happen when you put things in and then pop up with the right answer.
If you get stuck with it, because I know not everybody knows how to use Excel, just give me a call. It'll only take 2 seconds and we can put the figure back in there. There's nothing highly technical with the figures. It's just a matter of knowing how to add the columns together. It's very easy. So you can play around with these figures until you get a profit at the bottom that you're happy with, okay? So, and the main thing is that we know that these are not going to change. So this is why we're talking about the fee schedule, why that's important. Because you're going to know that that fee schedule means that you've got to pay $190. And you will be invoiced $190 when that player is made active. So,
do you want to talk briefly about fixed costs versus... So some costs in your budget are fixed.
Overheads.
Overheads. You cannot not pay them.
Yeah.
So you can't not pay your FFV, FFA fees. You can't not pay your council bill, etc., etc. So put those ones in first. They're the ones that you're going to have to pay whether you like it or not. Other stuff like how many pairs of socks do we give them, how many sausage sizzles do we run, how big the trophy is at the end of it, those kinds of things are variable costs that you have control over. The spot that people get stuck with is that you need to account for your fixed costs first, because regardless what happens, you're still going to have to pay them.
When you're talking about being transparent, showing it well, you know, saying, is there anywhere to start that we can say the player registration $190, what's the breakdown of that from FFV? The same with team entrance, the breakdown of that. So when a person says, why are we paying $190 for a player registration?
Yep.
Is there anywhere we can say how's it all broken down, and the same with team entrance?
You can put something together. I know some clubs put a little spiel together for them so they can see what each person costs them. Yeah, so that's part of that. So they'll have.
What I'm saying is $190, okay, we're paying $190 for a man to be registered with FFV. $190, what's that component?
Oh, what's the one? Okay,
and the
so.
team entrance fee, same.
Okay, so those fees they're just the one component fee that we charge. There is no distribution amount of where that money goes to. Basically, it comes into the revenue for FFV, and that is then spent to the clubs, however we have in our budget.
Well, how much, before it used to be, when we had insurance was separate, we knew how much component was insurance and how much was FFV. We knew how much we're paying for insurance for that player.
So the insurance is now covered in the FFV component.
So how do we know how much insurance when you talk
there
about
is
us as clubs being transparent,
yeah.
Where's FFV being transparent and saying, hey, this is part of a player's but how can FFV be transparent to us and telling us the 190 is broken down to electricity, staff membership, insurance?
Well, that's on our profit and loss in a budget that is produced each year, which is documented and it's available on the website. You can find that. And that's audited as well by the auditors, and they'll have it broken down how much money has been paid. So they'll have the revenue from team entries, they'll have the revenue from registrations, and again the same thing, exactly the same. They'll have the income, they'll have the expenses, and then you can see where those costs have gone to.
Yeah, but you don't have to report that to your members. Your members aren't going to say, well, FFV is getting 190, what are we getting for it?
Yeah, believe me, people do say, why are we paying so much?
Well, yeah, then tell them to refer them to Rhonda.
Yeah, that's right. So yeah, and I would be directing them to have a look at the budget.
Right? The FFV is actually getting 165, because $25 gets forwarded to the FFA.
FFA, yeah.
So,
yeah.
you know, when you do this, and when you put it on my football club, because people have to register, you've got to put that $25 is FFA fee, this is the FFV fee, this is the club fee, everything else, otherwise it won't work.
That's right.
So it's sort of guide you know how much you're paying for FFA and how much you're paying for FFV instead of using Rhonda, you're about $190 and you're only paying $155.
No, it's fine, but yes, you're right, the player does see it when they come in to register to see what the actual club gets out of their fee, they get to see what FFA gets, they get to see what FFV gets. If they're not sure what they're getting value for money from FFV, again, we would say, look, here is our budget, and here it is where it goes to. Okay.
Hands up in the room, whose club or who has a Excel spreadsheet budget for their club? Hands up.
Or
I feel a little bit
computerised-
or something. Who's got a budget for your club? Online. So who? Okay. More importantly, who doesn't? Who has no budget? Okay. Right. You guys need to pay attention.
The problem is I don't know how many teams I'm going to have.
Okay.
So
And
everything
I
else
guess
then flows from
us,
that.
like you're saying, we need to pay attention, but we're a mechanism for this year.
Perfect.
In the years gone by, the way it was run, there was no budget.
Yeah.
And of course, money wasn't accounted for, and so we're trying to clean up.
Yeah, perfect. So one of the best things to know, and this is for everybody, a budget is not concrete. A budget is your best guess. And generally when you're doing your best guess, you do it conservatively. If you think you're going to have 30 clubs, make it 35. 30 teams, so make it 35. If you think you're going to have $5,000 in fines to pay, make it 10. Like, make your budget worse, make your expenses more and your revenue less than you think it's going to be. So your budget is only ever a best guess, but make it a conservative guess. And particularly, I know the clubs that we did the training with the United Through Football program got into trouble because of tribunal fees. You're not ever really going to know what your tribunal fees are going to be, but make it worse than you think it's going to be. And if you're losing, if you're becoming insoluble, so if you're spending more money than you're making and it's on tribunal fees, then you've got something to fix in your club, because you can actually control that.
Fines, not fees.
Fines, yes. You can control fines.
I actually
Or is it a
got
fee?
queried.
I think it's a fine.
I actually got queried by another staff member when I showed her this template that she wasn't happy that I put in there that there was a budget expense for fines. And her argument to me was that, well, we don't want them to be expecting that they're going to get a fine. They should be going the other way around, that they're trying to be well behaved. In reality, you've got no control maybe of someone who's mouthing off at the referee, who's there as a spectator, but you're going to cop that fine. So reality to me is, being my experience in clubs, I would be factoring that in there in the hope that, no, I don't want to use it, but just in case, because those fines are quite hefty now, and they'll be talking about that this afternoon as well. And I don't know where clubs are going to pull in $15,000 from for a fine, where someone's mouthed off and said something that's racist, sexist, or whatever.
So why not levy it against the player?
You can't. Well, that was the argument. The argument was...
You throw it onto the club to then collect it from the player.
But really, who's liable at the end of the day? It's the club, not that
You
person.
just said we've got no control over someone mouthing off.
But you, as a club, will be fined that, and you need to pay that money.
And you as a club getting $15,000 off a person?
It's not likely.
It's unlikely.
Yeah. So I would be putting it in there because You don't want to be in that category where you're going to be caught short. For the red cards and the yellow cards, you might have that's the player to pay. But again, at the end of the day, when you come to finance and say, look, we haven't paid that bill because Joe Blow is meant to be paying that. No, it's the club's invoice, it's the club's bill. The club has to come up with the money. If that player hasn't paid their fine, that's their club issue to us. We need that invoice to be paid, otherwise there's going to be penalties for a late invoice payment and that sort of thing. So you need to make sure you've got it there in case they don't pay you.
Do you want to do the
Yeah.
list? Get people to do some homework?
Yep. So I've just got a few income and expenses there as examples, but you know roughly what you, I hope, have each week. This is a guideline. I've left on purpose here sponsorship and grants. I put them in there, but I haven't got a price in there. And the reason for that is my experience with sponsorship is that they'll say they will and they don't. So please don't count on sponsorship. If someone comes, when I was in finance, if someone said to me, oh, but we've got a sponsor coming, no. Sorry, unless I see it in black and white to show me that you've got that coming in, that agreement's in place, I wouldn't count on it because they'll offer, promise you the world, but you'll never see the money. So make sure that if you do come into a sponsorship agreement that you get it into writing and get some kind of clear, specific dates that they want to pay it to you by. And that way, if it doesn't come in, you can say, hey mate, where's our $1,000 that you promised? That's a question.
Ideally, yes. An email would count. So if someone's giving you money or owing you money, get it in writing, but an email counts.
On the assumption if you're giving them back, we can provide.
Yeah. Correct. Yes.
Can you talk about the basis of the contract for the Verivancy Trevor and Bentley?
In the first training in the first half of the year, and Anna Harry, you might want to send those out again. We send them out to the clubs. We did that. There was a sponsorship kit.
Yes.
There's templates in it for exactly that.
Okay.
And you can send them. Yeah, so Anna Harry will resend those. We had those sessions at the start of this year about the sponsorship, but there was a kit in there, and the kit had letters. So those letters out to sponsors, a kind of agreement letter. That's on the templates. You just cut and paste your club stuff in there. So that's a good start. Do you want to take 5 minutes with the people sitting beside you in your club or yourself if you are your club? Have a scribble on the budget that Rhonda's given you. What is in your budget? What should be in? What should be out? What do you need to add? And to see, is there anything else that's missing? Have you got revenue streams that Rhonda hasn't even dreamt of? Have you got expenses? That kind of stuff. Have just 5 minutes, go through that list and say, okay, is this accurate for my club? What does our club need to do? Particularly for those of you who don't have a budget, this is the first step in getting one. Just for 5 minutes. Might want to take my phone. It's on mute, but you might want to take it. That's what I was telling you.
Just say, generally, actually, I said you guys respond, but there were some things that then I said, well, follow up. So I think that's probably the best way, so we all I did have I started to become too difficult to got the email us. What we could do is still get the main name, make statements, and all that happens. Anyone that goes to bring that statement, you generate to the role secretary. But no, that's all right. The organisation is not that big. Like for the club, we have that. I think for us, it's really more serious. One email, everything comes through that net. Everyone has a I'll give it to the board. Sorry, I'll come in. Then what should be what the budget is, what actually happens. So identify variances so you can better understand why. Yeah, so we forecast 72,000 revenue, two less teams, and you can ask why do we have two less teams. We have a couple of key players, 18, started enough money. I just presented soccer is one of the accounts because of give me that one email to everyone.
Just one thing, guys. When you're... Just 1 second. Finish shush. Oh, hang on. How's that? When you're talking about your dollars in and dollars out, we have a very good point that was raised up the front here. If you get a grant for a something, it is counted in income, so you might have grant for first aid training. You also need to put that as an expense. It's not free money. Grants are more than anything attached to doing something. So put it in as an expense, and even if it's exactly the same, if you have first aid 5,000 in, first aid 5,000 out to make it zero on the end, but put it in as an expense. And if it is a specific grant that really has to be reported and contained, separate budget. So if it's a girls' participation program that you've got $10,000 grant from someone to do, and there's coaching costs and there's separate page, separate budget. So in your overall budget, 5,000 in, 5,000 out, but then break down that program's budget on a separate page so you can account for that program. Because what could happen if you got your $5,000 first aid grant and you don't spend it that year, at the end of the year you're like, woohoo, $5,000. It's not woohoo, $5,000. You're meant to have spent it on that thing. I'm just talking about for grants that have got a project attached to keep them zeroed in the budget. So it's not free money in, it's got an expense attached. Mm-hmm. And I've suggested that we set up a separate project budget for those things outside the main budget so you can see what the expenses are attached to that grant.
Yes, definitely.
So you can have your overall big budget, but you can compartmentalise the separate things. So that's what I mean, ongoing revenue, ongoing business, general budget. If you have a specific funding for a specific something, make a little separate budget. Okay?
So just a bit further on that. It's also probably a good idea to have separate bank accounts because sometimes it shows up in your profit and losses and it's still not positive and sometimes could be negative because you have to show.
Yeah, good point. If it's a substantial amount of money, separate bank account. So if you're talking 100,000 plus facility upgrade something, separate bank account. The last thing you want is your club going, we've got $100,000. It's got to be attached to something, and the big money, they want it to be very clearly committed. So firewall it, keep it in its own special box.
Some of them might have, as an example to that, a separate account for if there's a building that you need to put in a substantial amount of money to council before they'll commit to that, so they might half. So you might have some money there, so I'll be putting that into a separate bank account as a term deposit account, which you have stipulated in your minutes, and the board is aware of it, your committee's aware of it and what it's there for. And again, that interest needs to be calculated when it comes into the Treasurer's report each month as well, just to show that it's still active and still happening. And then you can put that as your separate account for those purposes. But at the end of the day, it's got a target, say you need $270,000 in there, that'll be your target. That is what the council is asking you to come and meet. So that when you know that you've got that target met, you are going to have that expense with the council. So you need to have them catered for as well.
Just put the cash flow up there now.
Yes, okay. So the cash flow balances, so each of these rows, say for the registration fees, that was tallied up for all of the fees. And then I've put it in a timeline. It might be different club per club, and it depends on how you want to pay your things and the timings of those. So again, you need to think about case by case, club by club, when you have these expenses and when you have income coming in. So in this example, we've got the income of the registrations coming in from January, February, March, April. That'll be the majority of the time that people are paying you for their regos, in that competition starts around April, May. Okay? You will get some later on, but the bulk is that you've got them coming in that period. Yes, sorry.
With the income coming in through the canteen, a lot of stuff gets paid at the club with cash.
Yes.
There's a lot of cash movement here and there. Should that be changed to cheques? Or
Yes.
is it okay to use cash?
You can use cash as long as you've got it accounted for and you've got receipts, and those receipts are being produced, and you can have an actual paper trail, we were saying before. So you can have cash if they want to go down to Woolworths down the road and pay your cash. That's not a problem. But again, maybe that money was given to them from a cheque that the Treasurer has given them. So a lot of the time, perfect example before was that the Treasurer pulls out X amount of money each week and then knows who each person's got to get this money for. So they'll know the canteen needs a float for $500, for example, before they even operate. That sort of thing. So they all need to be factored into and thought about as well.
The less cash, the better.
Yeah, how about a card?
Yeah, you can have card as
So
well.
the card's traceable as...
To be honest, I know lots of clubs that I have experiences with now are members of Campbell's, Cash and Carry, or Costco. Because that's where you go and get your 5,000 kilos of frogs, or whatever it is that you're selling in your canteen. And it's a business one, so it's attached to your club. And it's a receipt and it's a statement. It's very, very clear.
So what we're trying to do at the moment, part of my role, is that I'm trying to find these deals for you as clubs so that you can have that easily for you. So because we've now got, which is brilliant, that we've all got our people in my football club, it's now people are knowing that we have got real numbers. We know that we haven't just plucked these numbers out of the sky, that they are real. So now we've got more bargaining power with big companies and big organisations, and they're looking at us going, well, actually, you know, you have got 65,000 people playing. Great, well, I want to get my product out to those 65,000 people. I'm actually turning away people now, talking to them because I don't believe they're offering a good deal to the clubs. They will come and probably talk to you because I've said, you know, you're more than welcome to go to the clubs and try and sell your product to them. From my perspective, I'm not happy to promote it because I don't see the value for the clubs. I see the value for them, but I don't see the value for you. So I'm not going to promote something to you and sell it to you if there's no benefit. So again, I'm turning away people now because they realise that we actually got some good buying power. So what we're trying to do for next year, and it's actually just started, to try and get these good deals on board. We've got a few coming together, we just need to get them locked in, but that's what I'm trying to do for you, to have that better power for you when you go shopping.
But just really do be careful of cash. It's the easiest to steal for a reason. It's there. It's the easiest to fudge. Ideally, what would happen for your canteen and your bar, for example, if that's what you've got, is at the end of that, when it shuts, someone would put it all into a bag except for the float and bank it, and then pay everything out separately. There would be no dipping in to pay the stuff. It should be banked in and then paid out.
Or if it did pay the referee,
but it's documented.
At the canteen, it's documented that you paid $150 out of that money to the referee.
But the best, the less switching of the cash from one pile to another, the better.
Yeah.
Yes, it does happen, but the less, the better.
Yeah.
Rhonda, you're talking about deals.
Yeah.
Is there any chance of you getting a deal together with an energy company as far as
Yes. Yes, we are. Yep.
Did you all hear that question? Guys, it was an excellent question.
Yeah. So the question was, are we doing anything to look at maybe coming to a deal, a negotiation with the power energy company? And the answer is yes. So we're trying to find someone who's willing to have a look at this, and that's actually, you know, stemmed from just, we have general discussions on how we can help clubs, and as my role as the club manager, I'm trying to find all these ways, and I know from my experience in the club, that is the #1 expense, and it's a ridiculous amount of money. Yeah.
Just come across there's actually a government site set up which tells you about the gas and electricity rates in your area for both private and club use. All you need to do is just what you spend in the kilowatts per quarter and your postcode, and it tells you the best deal available.
Yeah.
It's quite substantial.
Yeah, so on top of that, we're also trying to go to one of them, say Red Energy for example, and say, look, we've got 320 clubs, they all use electricity, what's the best deal you can do? And roughly this is how much they spend, and I really don't know how much you spend, I'll be guesstimating again, same as a budget, having a good educated guess of what that would be, and my educated guess would be from the 3 to 4 clubs that I've been involved with in football, and I know how much they were because I was on those committees, so I know what those bills were. Okay.
So this cash flow thing is incredibly important. The budget just gives you this is what we think is going to happen over the year. This tells you when it's going to happen. So this will tell you when more money is going to go out, when more money is going to come in.
Yeah. So this original budget that you put together came up with figures here on each line. So these lines have been added up now to go across the year. So the amounts will equal that budget template, but now it's spread out across the year when I'm going to get it and when I'm going to be spending it. So the main income you get is your registration fees. The main expense you have, apart from electricity, is your registration fees. Okay? And again, we know that we've got to have them paid once they've made active in my football club. So that's an expense you're going to have pretty well straight away. So you're going to have it in, you're going to have it out. So what else are we going to do to cover that period of time when we've got a lot of money coming out? Because at the end of the day, there's a lot of money that is being spent in the first month that you're even operating back in January, because you're paying for apparel.
So if you look here, you've got 15,000 coming out, and you're only making a little bit on top.
Yeah. There is a bit of an error in here, which I will change when I realised when I was looking at this and rehearsing this, I've actually made a calculation error, which is easy to do in Excel, but it's easy to fix as well. So I'll give you the right one. So this bottom line isn't quite right. If you do your maths, it doesn't work. So, but the expenses and the net income do.
But you can see here that January you've got effectively double as much expense in January as you do in February.
Yeah, so these are right. So my expenses are this, I've only got this.
So you're in the middle of the year, you've only got next to nothing.
Yeah.
So it's spreading out the income and the expense to make sure you've always got enough to pay your bills.
Yeah. And that's really, really important, because you've got to know that at the start of the year in January, I need a little bit of money that's left over from last year so that I can operate. So I can go out and buy my apparel, because you want to have them all ready to buy a kit. Some of you have it as part of their registration fees that they get their socks, shorts and strip. Others they pay, and again that's all calculated in your budget of how much you're going to charge your players and what they get. If you've got other items which are optional, then you need to purchase those too, such as your tracksuit. Maybe they have an optional tracksuit, so you give them the shorts, the strip and the socks, but then you're trying to sell them the beanies, the scarves, the bag, the tracksuit, that sort of thing. And that's a bit of extra income revenue for you that you can count on. So that's all in there as well. And they'll be buying those things early in the season, so you want to have them ready there so they look good for the start of the season. They're coming there to give you their rego money. They also want to go and look good. They'll buy all the uniform at the same time. And again, that sort of links into the club finance, my football club, where you can put those extra additional options into the club's fee when they're registering. They can buy those in there as well and pay by their credit card at the same time their registration fees and those options. Or they can come down to the club and you know that they've ordered it. So,
do you recommend a contingency in your budgeting? That they put in a contingency amount, like in case of emergency?
Yeah. So in case of emergency,
one thing, I'm just talking here with Rhonda, one thing that's useful in bigger budgets is what we call a contingency. So you have a line. These are called line items. So have you ever heard someone say a line item? All it means is a word to describe what's in the line. If you have a line item called contingency fee, often it's about 5%. That's your in case of emergency money.
Yeah.
So you don't quite know what it could be, but let's put 5% away in case the wheels fall off. So it's not allocated to anything, it's not got an actual, we're planning to spend it on this, but it's just your, if the light tower blows up, or if something happens that you're really not expecting, that you've got some backup.
Yep.
So think of your household budget, it's your bit of savings in your account in case your car breaks down, that kind of stuff. It's the same thing in this club environment. You don't want your car to break down, but you also don't want to have nothing in the bank in case it does.
Yeah. So that's sort of where I had the disciplinary funds in there, thinking that that would be covering that. If they were well behaved, you've still got that money and you can use that for other things that might pop up. So I think that's sort of the contingency money. So when you're doing that, have a think about definitely those things. You need to think things that may not happen, but just in case. Now, if they don't get spent, that's all well and good, because that'll come into your profit at the end of the year. You then move it over, you take it out of those lines and you put it into your profit for the year. So in this example, we've got that it starts with a $15,000 bank account balance, and it opens up with a 15, and at the end, when the at the end of the day, on this sheet anyway. Now this is where the cash flow has not calculated properly. At the end of the day, it'll show you then what your expenses are and what the closing balance of your bank account will be. So this actual row is wrong, but I'll send you the right one. At the end of the day, it's going to show you, because we worked out in our budget, the bottom line is that we're going to make $595 profit when you calculate it properly. Over here, the final line is going to show that we've got $15,595 because we started with $15,000 and we made $595. So at the end of the day, our bank balance will be $15,595. Okay, you understand that sort of? Yeah, okay. So as long as all the lines match, you'll match to what your budget says. Okay? So it takes a bit of time to move it from this section into here, and that's your thinking part. This is the part that'll take you, well, first of all, you've got to think of what your fees are and work them out. Then you've got to work out when they're going to be coming in and when they're going to be spent. Okay? But the number won't change. It'll still be what you put in your budget here.
And again, be conservative. Budget more expense and less income. It's better to have more in the bank at the end of the year than not enough, because you've guessed you were too, like the sponsorship. Don't say, we're a $10,000 sponsorship and spend it, and then you don't get it.
Yeah, that's it. So don't count, as I said, do not count on sponsorship. Can't tell you how many I've seen fall by the wayside, and clubs really relied on it, and it didn't come in, and it's really made them, really hurt them. So my number one rule is don't count on that unless you've got it in a contract and you know that it's going to be honourable. And if you've got some that you've dealt with in the past and you haven't had it ready on a contract, I'd definitely change now to putting it into some kind of formal documentation, just for good practice. They might ask why, but say, doesn't matter, that will just confirm your ticket. Maybe if you have a sponsors day, that just confirms your ticket. Make up some story. And say, look, we need that for our function coordinator. Once I've got this, I can give that to her.
And when you're back to the board meetings or your committee meetings, when your treasurer is reporting to you, they should be reporting against the budget. So that you should get not just here's the budget and here's the account. There should be a line saying year to date, this is what the budget said we should have spent and got, and this is what we've actually spent. You should be comparing budget with actual at every meeting.
The best way to have a budget and have it working is a computerised program such as MyOb or QuickBooks. They are the two that I recommend. You can also get trial versions, which are relatively cheap, or you can get a very, very basic model version, which I'd recommend you purchase. Might only cost you, I think it's $150, the very basic.
And MyOb is in the cloud now too, so you don't have to buy the software. It's all, you can do it all on web.
Yeah.
So, and that way when the treasurer moves, you don't have to give them a computer. It's just you log into the web.
That's what I'd recommend. So you might need to put in an expense there to train your treasurer on how to use, MyOb. You might need to go, as how coaches have coaching courses. You might actually need to educate your committee. So you might need an expense there if you haven't got an accountant or someone on board, so that they are equipped with knowledge to be able to work out what they're doing. Yeah.
Isn't that why you use Excel over MyOb? Because MyOb's fairly high-end computer user, whereas you could train anyone to use Excel, but MyOb's really specialist.
Yeah, you can. The basic programs of those are quite good to pick up, especially with the help that's available for the very basic versions, which are the ones I'm recommending. And then you can get your profit and loss documents made.
Right, spits it out for you.
Yeah. Whereas if you've got Excel, you're actually having to do the work. There could be an error, like mine is down the bottom here, in a calculation in a field, and it throws it all out. Whereas MyOb or QuickBooks being computerised won't have that human error.
My advice would be depending on the size of the club.
It's also really hard to get MyOb training in regional Australia.
Yeah. Yeah. If you've got a small club, then
stick with
Excel. If you've got a lot of transactions, then go to something more organised.
It's whatever you feel confident with and happy with. Yeah.
Can I just ask, would it be feasible maybe for the FFV to organise a MyOb training session for the clubs?
Yeah. So again, they're the things that we're looking at. The revenue, which you'll see from last year as well, that we haven't made. We've made significant losses. So things have really clamped down on what we can spend. So unfortunately, I don't have a budget for
actually ask the clubs. I can run QuickBooks. I'm an accountant. That's easy. I can do that for anyone who wants to do it.
Yeah, great. So again, wonderful. So we can do things, but we just need to do them without huge expenses at the moment. It would be great if we could tee up with a great organisation, have something, but unfortunately it will cost some dollars for us, and at the moment we just don't have that money to play with. When we do, we can go down that avenue.
Suggesting that we pay, rather than going on our own, something that you guys organise with the presenter.
In the club
actually
in the club's
do industry related. So
Yeah.
someone saying this is how you should be running your MyOb or QuickBooks for clubs, rather than going to general
Finding your own, yes, definitely. If you're happy to pay for the cost,
If I've got to pay somebody else and be there and still not get the right information, well, not so much the right information, but the information relating to soccer clubs, I would rather go and pay someone that you guys have recommended who understand how to run a soccer club.
That's right. So the more that we're trying to find, there's more and more of these people coming out to try and help, especially in football. They're sort of realising it's a market that's growing and they want to tap into this. So we've got the Sports Management Expo happening next week. It's the second year that they're actually running this, but it's growing. So again, other sporting organisations are realising that they need help as well in their management of their club. So it's a huge request, and there are more people trying to set up ways that they can help you. But yes, that's not a problem. We can certainly look at that. My ideal would be that you don't have to spend, that we absorb that somehow. I can't see that happening in the near future. That would be my ideal. However, yeah, it's sort of like a coaching education as well. Like, you know, you pay your coaches to get educated, or some of the clubs pay for the coaches to be educated and to be better knowledge, improve their knowledge. It's the same thing with people who are on a committee, that they should have that same amount of training available to them as well.
Now we've got about 15 minutes to go through the club finance system.
Oh, that's really quick.
That'll be really quick. Is everyone comfortable with the Excel spreadsheets? Rhonda will be sending them to you electronically, so.
Sorry, just make a suggestion that may help us in other departments, is that before we even do the first focus sheet, I do a spreadsheet of working out your number of players and teams based on last year.
Yes.
And that makes a big difference because you can't just go and plug those things in.
That's right.
Some basis for it.
Yeah.
So
that's where I've got this calculation here in the template. So where it's got the question mark, that's roughly saying, well, how many players am I going to have? You might know them, you might not know them, but this field here is, if you know what they were last year, use that number. If you know that you're going to have another 2 teams, add them in here. So this is your calculation field, this middle one here. So if you know that you're going to have 10 teams, that's where you can put in your 10 teams there.
depending on what time of year you're doing that, we're doing ours now, so it's before your
fees are released.
I don't know whether having other clubs do that, but we have to do that so we can work out our registration.
Yeah.
We have to go to the gym and
And I understand that that's a real difficulty, unfortunately, with the way that the it stems even from FFA. So FFA set their fees in mid-September. Based on that, that's when we go, okay, well, we need to now move ours to accommodate this as well, and we need to declare them. So it's sort of a flow on. So we need to follow from the same as you need to follow from us. And all we can do at the moment is just guess that those figures are going to be the same. Again, it's a guesstimate.
We just put on usually
a little bit buffer.
Yeah.
It's not going to rise significantly if they were to rise. I'd say you'd be looking at no more than a 3% ever of a fee going up. Yeah,
it's 3% we add on.
Yeah. So I definitely, if you want to be safe, add in a 3%.
Spreadsheet, if you're looking at a number of teams, a spreadsheet, and looking at how many players you actually like, having those teams, if subject to them registering with you, then that's actually a really good start, and that's the beginning of adding on the number of coaches we need, the number of team entries.
That's right.
So we actually build that spreadsheet.
Yep.
And build into other aspects of the club as well.
Yet again, your budget is just your best guess.
Yeah.
It's not real. It's your best guess, and generally it's your best conservative guess. Do it bad, as if do it well, but as if you're not going to do very well. I'm going to lose some teams. I'm going to lose my sponsor. The fees are going to go up, and then when that doesn't happen, you've got an extra $5,000 at the end of the year to play with. But it's better than the other way around. Be conservative.
Okay,
so you'll get those spreadsheets electronically, and you can play. For those clubs who haven't got a budget, you've got one now. You can just plop stuff in.
So if there's any field in there you want to change it, it's all changeable. If you need any help with how to use it, give me a call. I'm happy to help. That's not a problem. Just not in peak registration period. So now is a really good time. So again, you need to know all those different schedules that can be available, but at the moment use the ones from last year as your guide, because they're the numbers that you know. If you've got any bills and expenses that you know from last year, use them. So for your electricity costs, know that that's what that was. And if you can find when you paid those, they would be quarterly, I'd imagine, and just work out what months they fall due, so that you can put that in your spreadsheet of which month it comes out. That's really what it comes down to. And as long as your numbers all tally to what the budget was, you'll be fine.
Okay. We're nearly in the home straight. You nearly get a little scotch to compliance.
So it's really not fun stuff to be talking about when it's so boring. But as I said, it is very important. And again, thank you for trying to get your head around all of that. And I'd go home and try and have a look at it and think about it. Definitely take it away as homework. Okay. So I thought I'd use this opportunity as well to talk about the club finance system, since we were talking about the finances. So if you have a new treasurer or a new committee, you need to get them all having access for either My Football Club and the club finance system. We request each year that we are notified of everyone's cut off at the end of the year, and then it's reactivated again by a letter from the club on club letterhead saying that those people are back on the committee or there's a new committee. The reason for that is it's really just to protect the privacy of the club, because the last thing we want is someone who's left, maybe got a bit of bad blood with the club, they've left unhappy. They're still looking at your accounts and knowing what's going on. I'm sure you would appreciate that we've locked that person off. So that's the reason why we do that. And plus, then we know that you've got your committee back on board again and who we should be speaking to.
So can't we do that at the end of the year, your AGM?
Yes, definitely. As soon as you know, you can send it through to us. We've got the access requests open at the moment. Yeah, we've just set them up for next year. So you can certainly start sending all of those through, because we now realise that people have had their AGMs. The sooner you can get it in, the sooner we can get it organised and you're ready to start in January to put all your fees in. The good news is for those who use the club finance system, depending if the board gets everything for us approved, you'll be able to set up your fees in December in My Football Club. So that's a bit of a help. But other than that, it will be opened up in January for registrations.
So we're not going to be locked out of My Football Club?
You will be after the 30th of November. So
how are we going to be able to set up packages in December?
Yep, so it'll open back up again, but only those who have given us that notification that you need access.
So it's worth giving notification for the club finance system and for My Football
Club? Yes, they're two separate systems. If you're the same person, you can have it on the same letter saying it's for both. That's not a problem. We just send it to finance for their end.
We'll just clarify that again. Yeah. If we can just clarify, there's two systems, My Football Club and Club Finance System. Anyone who needs access to those two systems from your committee, letterhead from the club saying these names need this system, these names need this system, thank you.
Yeah. It's in the access request form, that's a job form, it actually asks you to upload that document, so it actually comes through with the access request. So you just upload it into there, but the job form will be available. I'm sure it's already there, but that's where you find it.
Where do we find that form?
Yep, so on our website, it's got access there under, I'm moving it around a little bit at the moment, but it'll be under My Football Club, and it'll have the links there. The other one is on the link here for the club finance system, this one here. On the login page, even if you've not used it before, you can ask for a request there. It's got the steps how to do that there. So that link is important for the club finance system, and My Football Club's got its own. So you need to just go through those.
And Ahari just made a note to send that out in the notes as well.
Yep, great. So they're the things that we'd be looking at now, getting ready. Yep.
But can you log in before you've got the letter from the club saying you've got access?
It won't allow you to upload the request without the attached document. So you need to have that document attached with the request. Yeah. We recommend that 2 people have access to the club finance system because it relates so much to do with eligibility of players. So the club finance system, we'll first back to the start. In My Football Club, you make the player active, which means you're accepted this player, and that generates an invoice for that player in the club finance system automatically. That's a COD invoice that needs to be paid straight away. So what then happens, that invoice is sitting over in the club finance system for you to pay. You might have money on your account, which it then takes off automatically because it automatically does that if you've got money on the account. If you need to put money in, you need to go and put the money in. What happens then once that invoice is paid, on the reports it has eligible player or pending player. Any player who is on the pending player list is not able to take the field of play. Because that means their invoice hasn't been paid and they're not going to be covered by insurance. Yeah, you could, but it would be very hard. The insurance company wants to know how many times have they been to training, what have they been doing, that sort of thing. So to prevent any issues, just make sure that they are in there. Plus two, we also sanction for fielding ineligible players. So you've got two double whammies there if you're putting people on the field who aren't fully paid for.
Aren't they covered by the previous year's insurance?
No, no.
What about pre-season?
Pre-season's okay. So the insurance that they've paid for the previous season, so the season we've just finished now, that'll cover them to the commencement of the next season. So that's where they're covered. So new players, that's where it's that's where there's a bit of leniency, but you need to document that they've been coming to training and that sort of thing. So that way they'll be covered for insurance. Because the insurance company will ask if it's a pre-season and they're just coming down to have a trial. We do recommend that they do try and register if they're not sure under the play football fee. That will make sure that they're covered for insurance and they get a discount if they do register in the end to the club. Play football fee. There's a frequently asked questions form about play football fee if you want to have a look at that one.
A thing to be aware of with insurance is that insurers, if they can not pay you, they won't.
Yep.
So do everything in your power to make sure that they have to pay you if they need to.
Yep. Yes.
If you pay for a player and then start of the season, I don't want to play anymore, do you get reimbursed? The club gets reimbursed that
Yeah,
money?
there's under the rules and regulations there is a refund policy, and again that steps out from FFA as well, and there's conditions in regards to that. But yeah, the refund policy is available on the website too. So if you've got a certain amount of time, and then you can put there is a form for a request online, but you need to submit that form in. And then it's checked against the match records to make sure they never played, and it's a month, I think it's of how long you've got to take them off if they don't come to play with the club. Yep. So this is a picture of the club finance system, what it looks like when you log in. So it'll have here your players eligible and pending. That'd be the first thing I'd be looking at. If I know that it's coming up to the weekend and I've got pending players and they're going to be expected to be playing, I want that to be zero because I want them to be paid for, because that means they're eligible to play. So this is really important to make sure that everyone is paid for before they play. So at the start of the year, you're going to have a lot of people that you might have sitting there as pending. Depends on how you want to operate. Some people just, when they're processing their registrations, make them all active and it just takes off as it goes, it pays for those invoices as it goes. Or some want to hold on to that money that's coming in for other purposes. Again, it's up to you how you want to do that, but at the end of the day, before they play, you must pay that invoice. Okay, so you can have them there as pending, but as soon as you make them active, which you'll need to do before they play, that's when the invoice is generated for that player. So again, this is where I'd be coming to. The treasurer will be able to see how much funds we've got available. You might have in your account $150 or something, you might have nothing. It comes up showing you what invoices are coming up, whether they're due now or not yet due. So the not yet due will probably be your 30-day invoices, so that'll be might be your team entries of COD as well. It might be some kind of other invoice that you've got. But team entry and the player registration fees are COD, so once they're issued, you must pay those. Yep. So any important announcements are here. The main one is that it talks about here the timing of payments in there, and basically on a Friday, because you've got to allow the business banking day, if you put money in your account at the bank on Friday, it's not going to come through to Monday. So if you need to pay for players on a Friday or a Thursday night, you need to pay by credit card via the system or ring us up with a credit card and pay it. Otherwise it won't hit there and then you'll be fielding those ineligible players. Okay, so you need to be really, really careful that that's been happening. Yep.
I suggest from a practical experience earlier this year that it's 2 to 3 days before it actually transfers from the bank.
Oh really? Wow, that's unusual. Normally the banking... Yeah. Is it with like a Bendigo Bank or some other credit union? Yeah, so if you're with a credit union or some other smaller banking organisation, it might take 2 or possibly 3 days. So once that hits our bank account, then we put it to yours in our, reconciling our bank account. So if we haven't got it on our end, we can't put it to you, to this.
But you can actually send you guys a copy of your receipt and it actually counteracts, doesn't it?
No. In the past, we used to allow for something like that to happen. It became too much for us to be able to manage with one person, and Friday just became a headache. Yeah. So now it's back to you guys that we're saying this is the reason why. You need to be very aware. If the worst case scenario happened that someone said, look, something's happened, it's all gone to mush, they went and paid at the bank by accident, here's our receipt. We could possibly say, yes, we'll allow this to go through this one time, but it'll have to go through, right to the CEO probably for that approval. So there's a lot of mucking around to get to that answer, okay? So I wouldn't rely on that.
Bank on Monday.
Yeah, I'd rely that if it's Thursday afternoon, banking hours are shut, it's going to come in Monday. So if that's the case, have a credit card to pay on here, or ring us up on Friday before 3 o'clock.
Yep, or bring a cheque to you.
Sorry?
Or bring a cheque in person.
Yeah, you can come in person, that's fine as well. So that's probably the main thing that I really want to stipulate, and that's how the system works. If you get that right, you've got the players who are on the pitch who are on the eligible player report, you've got money in your account that you know is there and they're paid for, then you're going to be right. If you've got those things right, there'll be no penalties for ineligible players.
What are the current penalties for not having enough money in your account?
Well, if you field an ineligible player,
Just for an invoice.
it falls under section 1.5. And then depends on how much money is outstanding, depending on what the fine will be. So I can't remember now, that's how long ago I was in finance. I think
Because
it's
it's
on one of these
changed.
slides.
It's changed over the last couple of years. hasn't it?
Yeah, we did change it, and that was based on feedback as well, saying that it's really high for somebody who might only have a small amount of money overdue. So then we changed that to be that if the more money you've got, the higher the fine is going to be.
Is it just the final loss of points still?
The loss of points will come into play as well, but that's a little bit, that's further on in the process. So the whole process falls under section 1.5, so I'd definitely be looking at that and making sure you're aware of that as well as a finance officer or as a treasurer to know that these are the fines that you're going to cop if things aren't paid. Basically, it's only for 30-day invoices that you will be with the section 1.5.
Is that the rules of competition or the GDT?
It's in both, and it's also in the registration regulations as well. So they all mirror each other, but at the end of the day, it's the GDT that stipulates those fines. So the GDT states that it's going to be how much money it is.
Yeah, because we lost 3 points for not having $100 in our account 2 years ago. That's changed now, hasn't it?
Yes, that will be different now from 2 years ago. Yeah. So again, make sure that you're aware of the rules and regulations. The GDT is now under review again at the moment for next year. So keep an eye out for that when that comes out, because that'll tell you what the penalties will be. Okay. Again, there'll be no surprises. Everything there, all the charges that's disciplinary will be in that section. Oh, yeah. Okay, so this one here, this slide on the screen is just if you come into deposit funds, it gives you all the options of how to pay. That's a direct link with your credit card, as I said, so that's instant. The money that you pay there and then will be there, and then that way you can apply them to those people that need to probably be on the pitch in an hour or so, and you can get them, they'll be able to play. It does take an hour, basically, for the information to come through from the players if you just registered them, to come through, for this to come through in order to match. Sometimes it's instant. It just depends on how busy it all is and what's happening. So you can have somebody come and wanting to play Saturday morning, so it's Saturday afternoon or Sunday, that's fine. They will come through, but you just need to make sure you're on top of it and make sure they end up in that eligible player report.
And don't field them if they're not eligible,
Yeah,
because then you'll get fined and you've lost all the money.
Yeah. So there'll be, for fielding an ineligible player is different to the section 1.5. That one is fielding an ineligible player. Section 1.5 with invoices that are overdue are the 30-day invoices only, which are normally disciplinary fines. So those ones, as soon as that 30 days is over, that's when the sanction will start. But we've got also set up in there now, which is quite user-friendly, to say 2 weeks before it's due, hey, it's due in 2 weeks. Then you get another one a week out, it's due. So you're getting advised that there's going to be one, okay? So again, make sure that someone is looking at those.
Reading the emails.
Yeah, yeah, because you will be advised that it's going to be falling due. That's another thing that, we wanted to help clubs. We know how busy everyone is and how quickly it can roll around and someone's like, oh, I thought such and such was doing this, and well, he's on holidays. So again, 2 people is really good to get that email, so that if someone is on holidays or sick, then there's someone else who knows what's going on and getting that direct email. And again, they're all people, so the people who will get notified about these are the ones that are in the Club Finance system as a user. The other emails that you get to a club in general correspondence will be in My Football Club, okay? But whoever deals with money, they'll get this information sent to them to say that there's an invoice due, okay? This is just showing that there was a search function put in last year. There's not going to be too much development this year, just apart from the look and feel again. But this report was requested from quite a lot of users in saying, I just want to be able to find quickly Joe Blow's, whether I just want to see his invoice. And so you can just start writing Joe, whatever part of his name, it'll just bring up a few options and you can find it, okay? That was it. It's just now also being made compatible with smartphones and your iPads, so it just fits into the screen nicely. That doesn't look like a website page you've got to move across. It's actually friendly with that tablet. That's where we talk about the rules of competition with the section 1.5. That's what we're talking about. So that's only for the 30-day invoices. Okay. So if you don't pay the player rego, you'll be sanctioned under ineligible players, which is different to this one. And again, a very important point which we're looking at now is with clubs who have got money outstanding from this year, they cannot participate in next year. They can't put a team entry in, they'll be stopped. Those clubs who do have money owing know who they are and have been advised that they need to do this, but I wouldn't ignore it because, yes, you will not be able to submit a team entry in. So if you've got money owing from last year and you haven't got a payment plan, which is another thing, if you do find that you're in severe financial difficulty, we do have payment plans available for you to help you. But again, you need to have some kind of budgeting. You can't just say, I've got a sponsor coming to pay me next week. It's got to be real, okay? Again, it goes up to the CEO level to make sure that it's approved, because it's not fair on every other club who's done the right thing. So we've got to make sure fair's fair and that the money is really going to come in. So we're not terribly, horrible. We want you to be participating, but we also want to know, okay, if you are having trouble, maybe we can help you. And that's where it comes into, so we can say, look, this club's in dire straits, they don't know what they're doing, and when we can step in and help financially, help with the resources that we've got, and hopefully get them back up on their feet. The last thing that we want to see is the club fold. We really don't want to say, sorry, you can't register your players, but unfortunately, if we don't have such a hard stance, people will just let their accounts roll over and then we're all going to be in a big mess everywhere. So this is the easiest and fairest way that we can do by saying everything's going to be paid up before you can play next year. If not, have a payment plan in place. We know where you're at. We know then when you're going to be able to pay those fees to us. It might be because you got one of these big $15,000, $20,000 fines, okay? So we can say, look, you know, yes, you can pay that off. We know that we'll ask for more probably in the months when you're getting your rego fees in, knowing that's when you get a lot of your revenue. So we'll probably say, look, you know, by April, the very latest, we want this caught up. And if they don't apply to that, then all the other sanctions happen. So you do get a chance, but you need to be open and honest and transparent with what's going on. It needs to be real, okay?
This is the last one.
That's what I was explaining before. You get the email notifications to say that you've got invoices coming up. So there's friendly stuff that we can do to help you. The bank was changed to National Australia Bank rather than the Commonwealth Bank this year, or last year. So just a reminder that if you've already got it set up in your internet banking, that you have changed it to National Australia Bank. It's not set up still as Commonwealth Bank. Okay. A good description. If you do bank transfers, this is the bane, used to be the bane of my life in finance, where you just get this money coming in and there's no reference to who it's from. And yeah, that's really annoying. So when you send through a transaction, make sure you put in your club code, club name. If you're not sure what that is, it's in the Club Finance system, or you can just give us a call. So then we know. So the Baxter 001 is Baxter. The other one is Sunshine, something for me, I can tell you straight away, I know those numbers. So I would be able to find in our system, everything is related to those numbers. So I would know I'm going to allocate that to Baxter 001's account, okay? If that's not there, I don't know who that goes to. And if you call me and tell me that's your money, it sits in an unallocated account. And, you know, we really don't want that to be there. So please make sure whoever is sending the transfers through, just check that that's what's happening, it's clear, because as I said, we just don't want to have money that you've paid us sitting there and not going to your account. Or you can put the invoice number in, but the easiest is your club code. That's definitely the easiest. As I said, I can tell you what club that is straight away. The invoice, I'd have to go look up the invoice and find out who that got invoiced to, but I can tell by that code which club it would be. So if Baxter rang up and said, hey, did you get my payment? I go, yep, it's here. Okay? If someone else rang and said, did you get my payment? I'd have to check out that invoice number just before I can allocate it or talk to them. So definitely the customer code is the easiest. Bad descriptions, as I was saying, no description at all. Whether it's got to do with whatever it is, I can't do anything with that. Maybe finance, I'm not in that role anymore, but finance won't be able to allocate that. Okay? So just make sure that we know who is paying us the money.
That's Rhonda done. Can you give her a clap? Thank you. Thank you, done incredibly well. Anna Harry's going to get our next speaker. We'll be finished for lunch by about 1:30. Can you get our next speaker? We're going to be finished for lunch by 1:30. So we've got a very quick thing about compliance. We've covered some of it already, so Daniel actually did a bit of a good job. We'll be talking to you about the CAV and those components. Then you'll be breaking for lunch. For those of you who are staying for the Respect and Responsibility training, that will be after lunch. For those of you who are not staying for the Respect and Responsibility training, you get to eat lunch and go. So our next speaker is here. Half an hour we'll be eating. Thank you so much, everybody.
Do it in 20 minutes.
20 minutes, even better now. Arrow there for you.
Do you want me to... That's all right. All right. Morning or afternoon, everyone. This is probably the most exciting session of the afternoon. So. I want to... What's that? Hello? Oh. That's exciting. No, that's all right. That's okay.
Pay attention, guys. We're going to have lunch.
Okay, so I'll try and keep this as quick and as easy as possible. This applies to 100% of clubs. If your club is a company limited by guarantee, the majority of this probably won't apply to you, but it's still good to know anyway. This is for 98% of our clubs who are incorporations under Consumer Affairs Victoria. Just quickly, what I'm going to go through today is key dates, the new legislation that was introduced last year, the new club constitution that we've drafted with Consumer Affairs Victoria, your requirement to hold an annual general meeting and lodge an annual statement or a financial statement, some ongoing compliance requirements. So we're going to touch briefly on the National Club Accreditation Scheme and then provide you with some contacts at the end. So key dates, obviously the 26th of November 2012 was the commencement date of the new bit of legislation that governs associated incorporations, incorporated associations. The last day that Consumer Affairs have given incorporations for a discounted lodgement fee is the 26th of November 2013. So if you've held your AGM already and you've adopted a new club constitution, go ahead and lodge it, or you can lodge it through me. You'll get a discounted rate of about $75 through Consumer Affairs. After that date, the lodgement fee goes back to what it was previously. I think it's around about the $150 mark. 1st of March next year, if you haven't adopted the Constitution and you're not going to be able to do it by the 26th of November, it's not a big problem. We just need you to make sure that your rules are up to date by the commencement of the 2014 season. So the very last date to call a special general meeting to adopt the new Constitution and any other changes would be around about the 1st of March. It might be a week later than that, depending on the commencement date of the 2014 season. And then, of course, end of March, early April is the start of the 2014 season, so all your compliance requirements have to be up to date by then. As I said before, 26th of November, can I come back to you? Cool. 26th of November 2012 was the commencement date of the new legislation, the Associations and Corporations Reform Act 2012, and it replaced the old Associations and Corporation Act 1981. All clubs who are incorporated have to amend their rules so that they're compliant with the new Act, and we've done that for everyone by drafting the new club constitution. There's 23 new inclusions that are already provided for in the FFV Model Club Constitution. Those are also provided for in the Model Rules for an Incorporated Association, which is the default document that Consumer Affairs publish. But we obviously have football-specific things that are included in our constitution, so there's a preference there, obviously, to adopt our one. As I said, we drafted a new club constitution with Consumer Affairs Victoria. It has pre-approval, so you don't have to go through the painstaking hours and hours of updating your current rules. It's got guaranteed legislative compliance. It is a uniform document that meets the FFE and FFA standards, and it is in every way almost exactly the same as what the previous one was, except for there's probably maybe 200 or 300 words difference between the old document and the new document, and that little change, or those changes, bring it up to speed with the new laws. One important thing in the new document as well is that it does cover things like rights of members and how members become, or how when you register as a player or whatnot, you actually do become a member of the association as well. As I said, it's very similar to the previous version. It's all on the website at the moment, so I would recommend everyone have a look if you haven't already seen it, because I did email it to all clubs. And yeah, why adopt the FFV model? Well, it has CAV pre-approval, so as I said, you don't have to go through hours and hours and cost you hundreds of dollars to get your rules updated. It's already compliant. It is football specific, which is an important requirement for Football Federation Australia. It does cover issues that the CAV model rules do not. For instance, My Football Club, it's got a whole section in there on My Football Club registrations. Provides uniform rules for all clubs, and I guess that's important if you're looking at stakeholder engagement. If you've got people coming from different clubs, they know that they can expect the same style of governance at your club that they would have had at a different club. And it also significantly reduces the time and effort spent on changing the current rules. So that's very brief there. Like I said, it's all on the website. Annual general meetings, the one question I often get is, do they have to be held every year?
And that's true.
Yep.
Every time I run governance training for FFV, people ask me about their annual general meetings, or we have them every second or third year.
Yeah.
Annual means yearly, every year.
Yeah, it's...
Sorry to interrupt.
No, that's okay.
Always just my eyes go wide. And
yeah, it's... People say, do you have to hold an annual general meeting every year? It's yes.
Yes.
You have to hold it within 5 months of your end of financial year. If you don't know what your end of financial year is, I'd say 80% of clubs are either 30th of June or the 30th of October. So that gives you a pretty good idea. You're probably somewhere within there. If you're not sure, give me a call, I can check it out for you. All members must be given notice of the AGM. So your members are defined under your constitution. The FFV and FFA look at a club's members as all registered players, in many cases coaches as well. In the case of junior players, their parents get to exercise a vote on behalf of the child. So that's what we're talking about when we look at it as members.
That's a very good one. They're automatically members, are they?
Yep. Under our rules, that's what's provided for. It depends, again, it will depend on a club-specific document, because 90% of our clubs have our FFV model, and it's already provided for that once you register as a player, you're a member of the club, it means you're a member of the association, you have a voting right.
Does that mean you're a voting member?
Yes. There's no distinction between voting member and other members. Once you're a member, the only time you don't get a vote is if, and again, you have to look at your own rules, but potentially if you're a life member or you're a patron member or something like that, or a foundation member, sometimes they're people that have been gifted this membership, but they're not.
It's an honorary position rather than actual membership.
So at the back of the new rules, they've got a membership form to sign up.
Yep.
Become a member. How does that
Okay. That's the standard. That's the standard membership form if you're not registering through My Football Club. If you're registering through My Football Club, the idea is that now you're.
So by registering through My Football Club as a player, coach, etc., you're automatically.
Yeah, that's.
Filled out that form.
Yeah. And obviously, after your AGM, within 28 days, you have to send your finances to Consumer Affairs, which means that at the AGM you have to present a financial report to your members. Some clubs will have to audit their finances if you make more than $250,000 a year gross, as quite a few clubs do these days. You will have to have your finances audited. If you're a company and you make more than, I think it's $200,000 gross, ASIC may require you to audit your finances, but again, you need to check with them. But certainly for incorporations, if you're making more than $250,000 gross, you do have to have it audited. So yeah, answering that question as well, yeah. Broadly speaking, the members of the club are going to be all registered players, and parents of junior players exercise voting rights. Club officials, committee and management must be members, or the parents of junior players. Coaches may be classed as members, just depends on how they join the club. Life members and social members, again, it really depends on your specific rules. In a lot of cases, people who don't have any part in the playing life of the club, they're only there as supporters, will not have a voting right, but again, it will depend on your specific constitution. There are intricacies in each one that may change this. And obviously, who can attend the AGM to vote? Basically, it's the first three, obviously coaches, if they are allowed to vote under your rules. Typically, life members and social members aren't given a voting right, but again, it depends on your rules. Once you've held your AGM and you've presented your finances to your members, you do have to lodge an annual statement to Consumer Affairs Victoria, or if you're a company, you need to lodge a financial statement to ASIC. It should be sent to them within 28 days after the AGM. I would recommend, if you're an incorporation and you don't have to audit your finances, the process of lodging the annual statement these days is really, really simple. The annual statement form is on the Consumer Affairs website, so there's no need to wait around for them to send it to you. Just, yeah, if need be, give me a call. I'm happy to lodge it on your behalf. I've done it several hundred times over the last couple of years, so it's no big deal.
That being said, I'm a public officer. I've got my form already.
Yeah.
So they've sent them out because of all the changes. I think they've been quite early this year, so most of you should have their hard copy, or someone, whoever's listed as the Secretary Public Officer, should have the forms in their hands right now.
And if you don't have a copy, let me know, because I can email it to you. I do all of this stuff on the computer. I don't like to print them off because it's just cumbersome. So you can basically do everything without wasting paper. Your financial statement to your members should include a profit and loss or an income and expenditure statement. So that's what needs to be given over to Consumer Affairs. And like I said before, you may need to have your finances audited if you're within a certain threshold. Yep.
Sorry, just going back to with the adoption of the new rules.
Yep.
Does that need a special resolution?
Yes.
At the AGM. So when you send out the notice of AGM, you'll also make a note today.
Yeah. When you send out the notice of the AGM, you send out, as part of that notice, special resolution to adopt a new constitution. The club resolves to adopt this new document to replace the old rules en masse, and
yeah, you don't have to detail what the differences are.
No.
I have. We're having our AGM next week for an organisation. You don't have to. You have to say a special resolution to vote on new constitution to meet the model rules.
Yeah.
I documented these are the changes so that no one had to read the whole constitution. And it was just dot points. But the key is that 75% of people at the AGM have to vote for it.
Yeah. What I've actually done already is I've produced a 2009 and 2013 comparison. It's all in red. I've got it on the website. I have also emailed it out. If need be, give me a call. My number's up here later on, but give me a call. I can send it all out to you.
Depends on how many lawyers you've got in your membership.
Can we? Sorry, I'm trying to burn through this as quickly as possible.
Excuse me, you're taking this question.
Sorry.
I'm
trying to.
Mine fits in with what this gentleman's talking about.
That's all right. Like I said, I want to get through the end of this first, but if you've got a related question, okay.
If your previous committee did not do the AGM correctly, and they have informed us in enough time that they didn't send out the new constitution as part of that 21 days notice, is there any reason we can't use the existing model rules and use the new one as a bylaw?
Okay, our constitution is not a bylaw; it is a complete constitution. So
we understand that.
If they haven't sent it out,
I don't want to run a whole new AGM.
If they haven't sent it out in time, it doesn't invalidate the new. If you've adopted it at an AGM,
but you can't. My understanding of the law is you can't vote on something that wasn't notified correctly.
It's probably something that we'd be better off talking one-on-one about, because there are certain things that you can and can't do. There are certain things that invalidate a meeting and certain things that don't invalidate a meeting, so it's probably, there's probably some grey zone there. I'll just get to the end of this, and then any questions, I've got some time at the end. Ongoing compliance requirements. Obviously, every year you have to hold your AGM. It's the annual general meeting, and same as your annual statement, it has to be lodged to Consumer Affairs or ASIC every year. Really, I mean, the main thing from an FFV and an FFA perspective is that we're protecting the rights of members, and part of those rights are the right to vote at an AGM, the right to have fair and transparent practices ongoing at the club. These are things that are just good governance, and we really do insist on them. Complying with FFE and FFA requirements, compliance requirements as needed. We don't have a lot of them. Mostly what we say to clubs is that you just need to be compliant with your relevant regulator, either Consumer Affairs or ASIC, but from time to time we do have things that we need clubs to do, so just be mindful of that. And please remember that the club is a not-for-profit community football association. They're not big business. You know, clubs should be operating with the idea that you are not-for-profit, so you know, that's something to keep in mind as well. The idea shouldn't be to make millions of dollars every year. It should be to, in as much as you can, break even or you know, stay a little bit in the positive. Just quickly, National Club Accreditation Scheme, or NCAS, was released by FFA a couple of years ago. It's effectively a way of streamlining governance and operations for clubs across the country. So if you join a football club here or in Perth or New South Wales or Queensland, you can expect the same standard of practices, as well as things like, you know, the certain number of teams, there's minimum requirements for belonging to the football community. Certain numbers of teams, certain numbers of coaches for those teams, etc. Compliance is a small but critical part of the NCAS, and if you fail to meet compliance with your relevant regulator or with FFV, then your NCAS level 1 may be revoked or may be in jeopardy. So yeah, there's not a lot to do, but you have to make sure that you get it right. If in doubt, please give me a call. I'm in the office 9 to 5, Monday to Friday, usually after 5 o'clock most nights, so please do give me a call. The NCAS framework is online, and level 2, I believe, has already been released. Is that correct? Has not been released yet, but we expect FFA to release it anytime soon. The actual framework is online, but I don't think you can register for level 2 just yet. And I use that because that's often the comparison of the way people feel. When you're getting everything done right, yes, it's a big pile of stuff, but that's how you feel. Otherwise, people do tend to fall into this category. It's just all too much. To highlight the enormity of some club situations, we had a club recently deregistered by its regulator for failure to meet compliance requirements. So that club is no longer a club. It loses its ground with council. It loses its insurance. It's effectively gone. And it can happen in one fell swoop. CAV and ASIC make no apologies. If you're not doing what you're required to under the law, they will come along and deregister you. So I try to keep things afloat as much as possible, but it really is up to individuals to make sure that you're taking the time to just get through all of this stuff. My number's up there. Happy to take a call. Otherwise, give Consumer Affairs a call. They have a team of dedicated people working all during business hours to answer any calls. If there are any queries that, if you're having trouble getting onto me, it's a simple query about where to lodge an annual statement or how to hold an AGM or things about special resolutions, give Consumer Affairs a call. They can give some really good advice. Otherwise, visit their website. All of the information is available on their website. And please just remember to take the time to make sure you get it right, because as I said, if you don't get it right, there will be consequences.
Before we drop for lunch, thank you, Daniel. Do you want to give him a little clap? We have a special guest. Would you like to come up? Special guest at the back, Mitchell. The relatively new, I haven't met you yet, but I'm Emma, the relatively new CEO of FFV has popped in to introduce himself. So I think this is an exclusive member-only welcome. So nice to meet you. I'm Emma, nice to meet you. But this is your new CEO. So do you like to say a few words to the...
Yeah, sure. Thank you. I had to be very careful as I walked in because I realised that I was actually carrying an RMIT university bag, and I didn't even think about it. I did my MBA through RMIT, so I was hiding walking to Latrobe. First thing I'd like to say is simply thank you. Our game survives on the backbone of people being to give up their time and to volunteer, and I guess predominantly to give kids an opportunity to play our great game. So thank you for making the effort to come today. That last slide, the one on the right of the guy sitting on all the things, that's how I feel at the moment. And I'm trying to get it to the one over here. So I've been in the job now for 4 months, and I have to say that I think our code is going like this, and we're going to continue to go like that. There's a very interesting thing this morning on the Insiders program on ABC where they're saying that rugby union now has literally just slid away to be the number 4 code in the country. And if you think about, I have no doubt that the Socceroos are on the right path now under Ange, and also the hype that's going to be associated with the Asian Cup, that there's a real opportunity here to grab a wonderful opportunity and to continue to grow the game and leverage off that popularity. The compliance stuff that Daniel has spoken about this morning, it's sort of that work where you sort of, I'd rather be kicking a footy than doing that stuff, but it's really important. And the one thing that I'd say to you is that try and get on top of it earlier rather than later, because the longer you leave it, the harder it becomes, and the pressure just mounts. So look, I haven't got a lot more else to say. I'm quite happy to just make a very quick comment that obviously there was a big decision made on Friday to not implement the NPL next year. And, that's disappointing for me, but at the end of the day, at least we know, and we can now get on and the NPL is important, but it's only that much of what we do overall. And now we know crystal clear where we stand, and we get on with life for 2014, and then obviously I'll work behind the scenes in the lead up to 2015 to get the NPL right. If there is one other thing, I went to a CEO's meeting in Sydney a couple of weeks ago, and I can tell you that the NPL across the country is not perfect, and a lot of states are struggling with a lot of issues. So sometimes actually being first is not an advantage, it's a disadvantage. And one thing we will be able to do is sit back and look at all the mistakes made everywhere else and make sure that we don't make them in Victoria. I just want to finish with what I started with. Thank you. We're really appreciative. I am very personally about the hard work. I mean, I've got a son who plays, and I work in the canteen every weekend as well. I know what it's like, the effort that you people put in. I just want to say that I've noticed that in spades since I've started here. I've done my best to move around the state. I'm on a plane to Mildura first thing in the morning to go and talk to the association out there and try and help them move forward. I'm back up in Shepparton in a couple of weeks, so I'm doing my best, but it's a big state to cover, this game. And whether you've got 50 players or 500 players, thanks for all your efforts, and enjoy the rest of your day. And this afternoon, of course, I'll be heading out to watch the Victory's women team play their first game this afternoon, which is the grand final replay from last year. Got a few injuries, but we'll give it a good shot, and all the best for the rest of the day, and thanks for coming along.
Thanks very much, everyone. We're going to break now for lunch. Lunch is served in the kitchen area. For those of you who are staying for the respect and responsibility training, just stay. For those of you who are not staying for the training, you can grab lunch and run, or you can sit and chat. Whatever works best for you. I'll be heading off in about half an hour, so for those of you I've seen over the last number of months, weeks, thank you so much for coming. I hope you've liked our little home here. But no, thank you very much, and enjoy the rest of your afternoon. Thank you.
And any compliance questions, I'll be up the front here.
And if anyone's staying for the respect and responsibility, do you guys want that to start at 1 o'clock? Do you want a half an hour break, or do you want an hour break? Half an hour? Alright, so I'll tell Tim 1 each. Alright? Lunch is served out.
Because we are social sports club, separate rules. Yeah, we've got the bylaw. You don't have to. That's fine. You guys are
bylaws. Make some clubs under. That's right. Are you guys merging with? Oh, that's right. We need to do is make sure the bylaws are up to date. We haven't made any changes to it. But so long as Untitled Club has its stuff up to date. And yeah, tough bylaws fine. Now it's funny. Okay. What you can do is you insert FFA, FFV, comma, and mixed soccer, and other relevant associations or whatever like that. If you like, give me a call. We can.
Yeah, that's one.
There's only a few spots where that's relevant.
That's what I was worried about, that part, because I'm thinking, hang on.
Mixed soccer don't require clubs to have any sort of compliance whatsoever.
Yeah, they're working on all that now. They're changing, they've got the new management, and they're changing all of that, and they're getting all. Basically, there's a few of us who use FFV and them. So after with FFV and passing it on to them,
well, it's for the most part all of the club constitution.
Does everyone sign the signage sheet?
100% good to go, but that's because we've got drafted. If there's any major changes to it, mine's important to full out CAB. So just if they say we need to put this on, so change that. Just give me a check it.
Would it make any subsidised and you can just add the FFV? Would that make any difference?
Does anyone want to spare copy of stand out?
You can just put in there for other relevant associations or other relevant sporting associations or whatever. And yeah, it's...
The other question is, in our original constitution, we had membership in the other one, can I keep that in or not?
As far as the FFA and FFV are concerned, that restriction of rights, when you pay your registration fee to the club, every fee should be built into that. So if you say that there's a $50 affiliation fee to the association, that has to be built in. It's not an optional fee, it has to be one fee to register to the club. Once you register on one, it's the club member.
In our constitution, we gave off. And that's why, and then when we did this, what, you know, 9 weeks, and that's what I thought when you bought this up, I thought I'd better ask you. So when I changed it, can I just take it out?
Yeah, just look, the constitution that we have at the moment is compared to the old one. It's very, very similar. It's almost exactly the same, but it's
Daniel?
Yeah. What we'd say is just insert all of the relevant portions where you need to. If there's anything else you want to include, like another football association, let them talk to me.
Yeah, I'll be, once the 2 sessions are over, in about a week and a half or 2, I'll be emailing out certificates for each participant. It will be emailed to the email address that I have on the sheet, so it will be yeah, it will only be for these 3 because 1 and 2, it's a bit late, I can probably still do something for 1 and 2, but I wanted to try
Even in clubs of 500,
I only need one that plays every day, so I don't have to.
The idea is same as
that was this year. Yeah, January, February, but I wasn't in on any of the I haven't included it. I included it because I can, but I still do.
It's not mandatory. Over time, obviously.
Oh, no, we'll be running these same sort of next year. This is just for every club.
The idea is
our way of like helping you guys. So next year might be different. So it's not a set course, it's not a set subject that's in. What I do is I send out an email saying these are the topics which we like. So next year could be something different. So it could be on anything else. What do we do? Oh, okay, see that's silver, See all this, that's only for certain clubs, those training sessions. This is open to every club, which is why, like, but there's requirements for the United Football grant. You have to attend. But it's a requirement. If you receive the grant, you have to give us something. But if we do run the grants next year, you'll have to do it again next year. It's just a requirement because we have different clubs, so it's not, you don't get the grants for the same clubs. You go through a process and you select your clubs that we, if you've done it with this year, it's per calendar year. It's not, it doesn't, if your club's done this course for this year, because the rules and the requirements will probably change for next year. So you have to do it like that, you have to be compliant. So if you receive a grant next year and we ask you to attend this lesson, but you don't have to attend it, someone else. It's a club representative, not you yourself every time. So the club, some of the clubs will have to attend, as a requirement. No. Oh, you wanted Oh, okay.
Got one of these. The guy who's coming in today, and Hari, is Tim here yet?
I don't know, I'll check. He's looking at one.
Okay, the guy who's delivering, I don't know. The guy who's delivering the course today is Tim McKenzie. Otherwise, if you can't get on here today, give me a call and we can organise to get it set up. Yeah, no, it's a good opportunity. Ready to go and discuss. Yes, I like Sal. It's good value.
Just wanted to know what we do.
Out of interest, how many people did you get
This is what happened. And we gave advance notice, we sent it out by 14 days.
This is the thing though, right? I love the fact that you've got 1,000 members. Because people say, oh, you know, if we give all our members a voting right, oh, they're going to come and do this and do that. And I keep the brightness example and say, look at 1,000 members, you're lucky to get 100 people in the AGM at best, you know.
Maybe they're comfortable. There's only one time member every 1 or 2. One time member but so do you need to sign it? I didn't send anything out about this. So what do we do?
There's, like I said, the presentation on the slides. So long as you hold a special general meeting.
So we do have to.
There you go.
So you have to hold a special general meeting. It's exactly the same notification process as your AGM. You get 21 days notice for a special resolution, and I've got all of this stuff on our website.
Would you mind sending me an email?
That's what I was going to say.
Because we've got no secretary.
Flick me an email. But I'm pretty sure I've got it. So by Monday morning, I'll have 1,000 emails on my thing. So it'll give me a call. Yeah.
So we have to notify them and have a special meeting to do this. Now, you know, the reason why we didn't do it was because he didn't find something in the new constitution, and he had discussed it with you already, and it was something about FFV going in and as to a member of the club and changing,
the only thing that's in there is if the club wants to make changes to its constitution, they have to be approved by FFV first, and that's in line with what FFA wants, because obviously there's a very small number of clubs out there that have rules that are completely inconsistent with what FFA wants. And they're using, as I was saying before, they're using their club as a ridiculous money-making scheme, as opposed to being a community football club. And we're cracking down on those clubs. But the idea of that is really to protect against infringements of members' rights. Say, for instance, saying, oh, well, you can be a registered player, but you don't have a vote at the AGM unless you pay an extra $300 membership fee. Something like that. And there are some clubs out there that have done things like that, and they effectively have 600 or 700 members, or 600 or 700 registered players, but only about 5 members or 10 members. And there's 10 people making decisions on behalf of 600, and the 600 basically are there. They have no idea what's going on.
When do we need to put out the special about the new constitution, because there was no mention of it at the AGM.
Okay. Look, so long as you call the special general meeting by the 1st of March, you'll be okay. I would suggest if you can do it sometime in January or February, so long as you meet quorum, it might only be 20 or 30 people.
first year, when you say it has to be approved by everybody.
It has to be approved by 75% of the members who are there to vote. So if your quorum is 30 people or 35 people or whatever it happens to be, again, it'll depend on what's in your constitution. So long as 75% of that number who are in attendance vote in favour of it, it's all good to go. If they don't vote in favour of it, I guess it's a process of going back and reviewing it now. Again, I would, like I said, 1st of March is probably the latest date, but if for some reason it doesn't get up on, and you've given 21 days notice, it's a week before the start of the season, it's going to be very, very difficult to get that under.
So, with our financial statement, we had that done by auditor,
so Searle usually lodges that, or he sends it to me, and I lodge it with the club.
Okay, so actually,
So that's the annual statement stuff. That's pretty easy to get.
so we can just send that to you.
This stuff pretty easy if we just have a chat. I can email you everything.
It's very short. From their geographic
Chat with you on Monday. I don't know what the Geneva start of season dates are. I think Geneva start of season dates should be around the same time. So if you haven't adopted your constitution yet, I didn't give you all the documents. I sent out some emails, but obviously with the Geneva contacts, sometimes we don't get the most up to date ones. So yeah, give me a call.
Because I actually think
things like this group is more missing there's a lot of minor changes. Does that make sense? I think and I think that in a great way the legislation changes the way clubs operate. It's just
it's not they know it, but they don't want to get paid. Does that make sense? Yeah, they need to make a decision.
It has all new sides.
So you just got to have an acknowledgement of the numbers. Yeah, we've just got to keep taking one step forward, for example, going forward. There you go. Oh, Richard, I'll catch you. Probably see you. Okay, all the best. Yeah, we will. Yeah. How's things?
What we did this year, and it's the first time we've done it, and that's good.
I can run you a spreadsheet that will give you any number of any club. Can I hear you right? 250 to 25 people in how many years? Bruce, the shortest team. So what needs happen? 2 people running the entire.
That's one.
Swings around it. But look, I think it's probably a good idea that which council that's a good
and the whole membership was quite happy with it, but because it was 7-day advance,
what I would say adopted, it doesn't validate it. It doesn't validate you adopted. As long as there's a special resolution without saying you adopted your resolution. It may have been on the club website.
Oh, no, I've checked it. It's 7 hours.
I can't tell you the wrong thing, but I can tell you that if you just go ahead and lodge it all and say, yes, we're going to try it's probably one. And in the event that someone does call consumer affairs and says, oh, this wasn't done correctly, they'll say, sorry, we can't do it. In the event that there's multiple calls over it, the only thing the magistrate will be able to do is say, go back and follow into special consumer. But I can say if you did that.
So as I said,
and again, if you've got people voting chances are one thing
is actually even though I know it's not right, but using it as a bylaw
who actually will
with going
that person is my volunteers to do exactly what you're saying.
I'm really aware of myself. I've been through
part of the restructure I'm doing in the next 6 weeks.
What we're basically
what other business might just get you to write your name down.
Something like that would be a handy metric for you.
I spread my card. I'm not on a card.
Just because the Constitution wasn't necessarily distributed 7 days prior to the meeting, so long as there was a special resolution sent out from the agenda to say we're going to be looking at the Constitution for signature. Was there any notice of meeting?
There was a notice of meeting, you didn't take one of those meetings. No.
So you can keep that card. Could have been if you could kindly write your name and phone number and the club on the back of that one, and I get someone to give you a call. Thank you.
Constitution meeting.
They said, oh, if you come once you go up 25 level,
That's serious.
Well, look, we call the Constitution just meant for
Okay, no. It's just that they want to make the club 7 days. Well, we can do another one, but we really don't. We want to move beyond.
Because everyone's voted on it, just because there's no tree wasn't satisfied, does not invalidate the meeting. The only thing that will invalidate the meeting is if the magistrate votes. Chances are no one is going to pay thousands of dollars to go to court.
And if I put it in, this is the charge to join in any place, does it say, when I'm trying to...
Yes, I will. Again, you were the one who gave 21 days notice, so thanks, Del. It's something that's everyone knew about it. Everyone knew about the Constitution, everyone knew that the Constitution would have the idea. In the form it does say, you know,
Chris is actually
special resolution. So he might see
on Tuesday. I'll ask him.
I'll fix up the wording of it. So
like I said, we didn't feel we've done anything wrong.
Like I said, just because the judge was satisfied does not invalidate the meeting, doesn't also invalidate
if we do something wrong, we copy it.
Absolutely. So the only problem we're just making sure everyone's in the right. And like I said, if someone wants consumer affairs, they can say the outcome was because unless the club's making half a million dollars a year.
We are going to review and
see how they go like that. Just to have something
So let's say there's 10
So, what was the intention of that? The intention was or was it just intentional or no? The community side.
It's the best. You don't enjoy those jobs.
Strictly speaking, we
I love jobs.
treasurer at the time. Casual.
I don't think
maybe then with those side ones himself, whether he wants to see under the challenge there's no position that's very true. If it finds someone never works in everything else we would say it's basic practice because it's not problem because this is what someone as the president, as the treasurer, because then at least they've got confidence in the rest of the stations and I was the president of Josh Simpson, James Stinson, and no one playing someone who's got a lot of history and separation. That's great governance work. So they're going to be a great treasurer and president. That might be the way really this. If that's what that's hated, you know, we say casual vacancies. So, there's
nothing that says you have to do one or the other.
It's best practice to if there's someone, if there's not someone available, well, they run without a president. You know, if someone starts as president, so if someone has casual vacancy, sign up for things and stuff.
You
must get a lot of disciplinary issues
company was essentially
coming to the forefront.
Yeah, I'm Mitchell, by the way.
Robert.
Hey, Robert.
Francesco.
Hi, Francesco. Yeah, look, it's a little bit like, how do I put this? No one has a problem to it until they become the people who are getting fined or whatever. But I think the frustrating thing for me is that, and I don't know how many times we sell this message, but it doesn't seem to get through, is that we don't run the tribunal. Like, so, for example, when a club, let's say a club gets a $2,000 fine for doing something, everybody still thinks that it's like, well, I've handed that out. Right, it's an independent tribunal that are run by barristers and lawyers who, just like you, give up their time.
Yeah, but the fines are set through the GDT, aren't they?
Yes, but obviously, depending on the charge, there is a range. It's not like, you know, you do that and it'll be $5.
Can I give you some feedback?
Yeah, sure.
And I've been a club administrator now for 5 years and had a few battles. With previous CEO as well. And I'll just give you some feedback. We had an incident this year where we did get a $2,000 fine. Right. And I'm all for the zero tolerance approach to cleaning up the game. Sure. And my argument would be, and I'll give you the case in question, and I won't go into the details and specifics, but basically the player, as the ref was leaving the ground, well after the game, for whatever reason, the player said, go and get it.
And had this player previously been red carded? Or had they just finished the game and didn't like the way they ref the game?
There was an incident on the park. He wasn't red carded.
He wasn't red carded. So this is just the game's finished.
There was an incident on the park, and I won't go into details, but basically, the player, as the players are outside the ref's room, and as the coaches left, as the refs left, the players said, go and get it. That incurred a $2,000 fine. Now, I understand it's about changing the club culture, but as an administrator, I'm embarrassed to tell people we got a $2,000 fine. The reason being is I can't levy it against the player because it's not going to be paid. So if I make it known within the broader club community, where's this money coming from? So then I would get attacked to say, well, why should the club have to take the fine? We do a fundraiser, but why should we fundraise to pay the players? And if you want to change the culture amongst the players, I can put in all the policies and procedures and training I want. But if you, in this situation, rather than giving the club a $2,000 fine and the player, I don't know how many games, 1 or 2 games, loss, penalty, wouldn't it be better to give the player a 10-week suspension and the club a $200 fine? Because then when his mates see that he's not playing for 10 weeks and they say, oh, what happened? He goes, oh, I told the ref to go and get F'd and I got 10 weeks or 15 weeks or the whole season. His mates are going to, right? I think it's a good balance as well. And I think that's going to change the club culture a lot more because then...
Because if you step through that, as you described it very quickly, first of all, what he did is completely wrong, and it deserves a change. Okay? The second, it sends a message that it's not to be tolerated. The second thing is in that current thing of what happened, then we both agree that there was a charge, it's guilty. Then there's a subjective about how hefty is the dollar-true fine, and that's an issue. But then you're exactly right as well, but I'm right too in the fact that we're both right, because it's really hard on face value for you to be totally in control of an individual's minds and actions, right? But secondly, the club's also got to take some sort of responsibility to set a culture, right? So what you just said to me on face value sort of makes sense because the club gets a smack financially, but that's a big difference between 200 and 2,000. It sends a very clear message through the playing ranks that.
But that message doesn't get to the playing ranks.
Yes, because it's
they'll just like to them it means nothing. The next one that does it, who's going to pay?
And the player.
But the players call it 15 weeks.
I don't mean this disrespect, but the players don't really care that you've got a headache off on it.
Once you've actually got someone.
Gents, I've got to run.
Yeah. Anyway,
I appreciate the feedback. Richard's going to meet you, mate. All the best. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon. I've got to get to this game, mate.
Yeah, I'll be there soon.
Okay.
I'll see you there.
Hey, Dan. Good, mate.
I was just thinking about what you said before, reminded me of the description. Those who are first should be last, and those who are last should be first.
I'll shut down. Yep.
And yeah, just something that takes it gets in front of us.
Yep. No worries.
Alright, have fun. Catch you on Monday. You in on Monday? Alright.
It's not going to change that. It doesn't change that.
You seeing Ross?
No, Ross is gone.
Yeah, it is officially done. Oh, so he's finalised. Okay, yeah. Okay, cool. Have fun.
What do you?
Because then what it looks like is FFV is just there goes revenue.
That's right.
You actually the team should be coming. I just looked on it. Is that on the week?
About an hour.
Speaking of the devil. Yeah.
They've decided to have a short lunch for you.
So you're like literally bang on now. Like,
Do you, I'll come and set you up.
Yep. I'll grab the others.
You want to start rustling the tree?
Yep.
Tim, I think we met when you did out of the trial. Emma, nice to meet you. Do you have a laptop on you? You do.
Sorry?
So, if it's okay with you, I'm going to just so I've left you here the instructions.
Yep.
You don't need to log out the PSPC because I can do that for you. So basically, when you're done, you just press the exit system,
Yep.
and that will shut this down.
Okay, excellent.
Plug that in. You want the sound that I don't have to
Yep.
We were sitting off 4, so we were in a chance for we ended up with this big battle. Same thing.
I'll hide the mouse if people get confused because they go to the mouse if that's not attached to their computer. So they'll have just been finishing lunch, so you should have
Right.
tent and sleeping. So yeah, all you need to do is literally unplug the computer. Of course you can. I think there should be some space.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah, look up on the screen and you can spin it so you can, wherever you're standing, you'll be able to. Yeah. I'll just get one done.
If anybody wants tea and coffee, this is sort of like the last chance because we'll be packing up because I have to go to the WA game. Last chance now to get tea and coffee or juice. And this sandwich is there. You can take it, put it on your table, eat it throughout the session. Otherwise, they're just probably going to go into the bin. So grab sandwiches, grab tea and coffee, last chance, and then we're just going to check out. The game's at 3 o'clock.
Could you imagine that? Nicky on the third. I've often thought that would be a great thing to have.
Thank you, everyone. I'm heading off. I do have one favour to ask. As the boss of the building, guys, as the boss of the building, when you leave, can you please just put your rubbish in your bin as you go out the door? Because I won't be here to pack up after you like Mum this week. So just that's the last thing to do. Just push your chair in and chuck your rubbish in, and we'll be all good. Thank you so much.
I'd like to reiterate that because we won't be here. So can you, again, please just make sure when you leave that you've taken your rubbish with you. We don't want to be in trouble and have this opportunity lost. And if you want any food now, bring a plate in before they start so that otherwise we're going to be taking that away. So it won't be there. So if you want some to munch on, just grab a plate and bring it in. Just remember to put it in the bin and go out the door.
Yeah, fantastic. Thanks, guys. See ya. Oh, thank
I'm going. Yeah, me. I have some feedback if you just want to send it around. Just because I've got a list of who attended, but the module, but not this course. Some of them are split. So if you wanted me to send a sheet around, take it up.
Send that around.
Rachel start?
I don't think so. There's no leftover sheets. Sorry. Take it.
A couple of sheets going around, guys.
The female workbook.
All right.
Yeah, I can email that. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name's Tim McKenzie.
Right.
How are we? Good? It's been a good day? Terrific. Get through this and then get you on your way. There's a couple of sheets going around. As well as we're going through this, I can just write your name, etc. So if you note who was in attendance, would be great. Thank you for that. Bit of background on me. Obviously, I'm a senior referee. The FFV. I'm also on the referee standing committee for referees. I'm also a father of a son who plays, who's also a referee, and I'm the director of coaching at a soccer club as well. So a few different roles. So this course is designed to help people understand, as the course implies, respect and responsibility, what people's responsibilities are. Okay, I mean, how many times we've been to games, excuse me, where the comments come out like the referee's lost control? All the time. We hear it all the time. But what we're trying to do here is to work out that we're all in this game together. And part of that, what we're going to do is going to look at everyone's responsibilities. But before we do that, we're going to talk about the different elements that make up our game. How do we see ourselves, or clubs see themselves, within the justice system in relation to Football Federation Victoria and in relation to how we interact with each other? A lot of people see the FFV as the law. They make the rules, they set the rules of competition. They see the referee as the policeman, the person who's taking control of the game, who's in charge on game day. They see the tribunal as the judges who make decisions and set out punishment. And for the most part see themselves or their clubs as the defendants. Would you basically agree with that? Is that how most people see it?
Yes.
Well, that's what we're trying to change. We're trying to change it. So let's discuss all the different elements that make up our game. What is our game? What is the game? It's the laws. The laws of the game define our game and differentiate it from all the other different codes of football. We have clubs. Clubs are the backbone. They're the structure that support the teams and the leagues that allow us to actually compete. We have individuals, you, me, all the people, all the volunteers, players, marshals, that make up all the different roles on game day. There's the federations, FIFA, FFA and the FFV. They're the organisations that bring our clubs, our volunteers, our individuals together that allow us to actually compete, to make the operating parameters and the rules of competition. And of course there's the referee. The match official that is in charge, not in control. We hear that term every now and again about the referee losing control or having control. The referee is there to take charge when other people lose control. And it's important to note, is the final decision maker in game day decisions. Once game day is finished, other than possibly putting in a report to the FFV, no decisions are made by the referee. So when people come up to a referee and say, I got sent off for swearing or doing something, what's going to happen? The referee has no control over that. So, they're the components that make up any given weekend football match. So who's responsible for what? So we've defined who they are, now we've got to talk about what responsibilities. Now we've got a bit large group here. Normally, in a smaller group, we would break up into smaller groups, but instead today we're just going to discuss it. What's the referee's primary responsibility?
The rules are followed.
Sorry?
The rules are followed.
To make sure the rules are followed. For him to do that, what must happen? Perfect. Got there in one. He is responsible for knowing the laws of the game and consistent quality decision making. We see that every weekend from referees, don't we? Consistent quality decision making. When I talk about consistent quality decision making, I'm not talking about a single referee. I'm talking about referees across the board. What we need is consistent, so that when a referee pulls up a foul, the very next week a different referee will make the same call on the same foul. That to me is consistent refereeing. I'm not talking about one referee. He's also responsible for taking action when the laws of the game are breached. He's responsible for his own behaviour, or her own behaviour, of course. And we are responsible as referees for the image we create of the game. The players. What's a player's responsibilities? So you've been in this course before. Knowing and playing within the laws of the game. What else? What else is a player responsible for? Not talking about scoring goals or defending.
Fair play.
Fair play. What else?
Responsible for their own behaviour.
Their own behaviour.
Safety of themselves.
Safety of themselves. Yep, absolutely. Safety is absolutely paramount. So they need to make decisions that keep their actions within the laws of the game. They're responsible for their own behaviour. So many times, players get into trouble and start blaming somebody else. Actually, a lot of time, a lot of people do that, don't they? And of course, they're responsible for the image they create of the game and the organisations that badged on their uniforms. Because a player wearing a club uniform is representing that club. Coaches. Coaches' responsibilities. Not winning. Winning's not one of them.
Their own behaviour.
Absolutely. 100%. Responsible for their own behaviour. What else?
Teaching the laws of the game.
Sorry?
Teaching the laws of the game.
And to teach the laws of the game? Has to know the laws of the game. A bit of a trend happening here, isn't there? Knowing and ensuring that players know the laws of the game. Taking action and controlling their players when the player is at risk of losing control or breaching the laws of the game. So if a coach can see a player is getting frustrated, it's his responsibility to take action and control that player, not the referee's. The referee's responsibility is to take action when he does lose control. As we said, responsible for his own behaviour. And of course, the image he creates of the game and of the clubs that and the representations that he represents. Because he is an official. Clubs. We should get the first one. Club's responsibility is to the members. So what was the referee's primary responsibility? To know the laws of the game. Players' number one responsibility. Know the laws of the game. Coach's number one responsibility. Club's responsibility. Yeah. To make sure that their officials and everyone within the club, to the best of their ability, knows the laws of the game and the rules of competition, because there's two different things there. How many laws of the game are there? Several. How many? Talk about the laws briefly. 14. Anyone else? Sorry? 13? It's the lowest I've ever had. I usually come up with 100, 70, 80. There's 17. There's only 17 laws of the game. But the definitions of the laws of the game is about 100 pages long. Okay? Club is also responsible for informing and educating individuals on how their behaviour can damage the club and can affect our game. Nobody wants to go to a club that has a reputation of bad behaviour. Nobody wants to be a part of a club that has a reputation for playing badly or bad behaviour. It can damage the club not just financially. Okay? Clubs fall apart because of their reputations. They're also responsible for informing the FFV in regard to match officials' performance and behaviour. Was anyone aware of that?
Yes.
Yeah, it's up to the clubs to report referees, both good and bad, and we'll discuss that later on. And of course, clubs are responsible for the image they create of our game and the people they represent. Sponsors, for example. A club starts, we see it right across all avenues of sport. Club gets in trouble, first thing to go, the sponsors. So who's responsible for what? Fight breaks out, who's responsible for taking control? Clubs get into trouble, who's responsible? A player gets into trouble, who's responsible? Everybody. Oh, sorry, I missed the FFV, didn't I? I might worry about it. We're all responsible. Everyone's responsible for protecting our game, its players, and our clubs. Okay. Dissent. Who would like to define dissent? I don't need examples. Who knows what dissent is?
Is that the one where the coach questions the referee on the rules, on his rule, or is it the player?
Absolutely. It's not just the coach, though.
Or the player.
Or the player. Anybody.
Anyone over that side of the fence, someone behind the fence. Oh,
No, it's still dissent. You can still show dissent. The difference is the referee cannot necessarily do anything about it. The referee is only responsible for people in the playing area and the technical area. Is it just disagreeing? Disrespecting. Disrespecting? Is any action or word that indicates a person openly disagrees with the referee's decision. Now that could be as simple as a wave of the hand. It could be, what are you doing, ref, you idiot? That's probably common. There can be good and bad dissent. It's manipulative. It's somebody trying to change the referee's decision. And what I mean by good dissent, it could be, good decision, ref, that was well done. So you're trying to get the referee's favour. Who here, and let's be honest, has offered a referee advice, either on the pitch or off the pitch at any time? Never? That's someone else, yeah? Put your hand up if you have. Very good. Be honest, I did, I have. As a coach. Now, put your hand down if the referee has taken your advice. Yeah, doesn't happen. Doesn't happen. Okay.
That's because we employ deaf referees.
Oh dear. Oh, what's the matter there? I can easily say pardon. Okay. What's offensive, insulting, or abusive language? I don't need examples.
I was going to say
Personal attacks.
Personal attacks.
On the person, verbally, whatever.
Yep.
Profanity.
Profanities, absolutely. Profanity becomes any of those. It used to be called something different, but a word has been removed. Can anyone think what it might be? It used to be called something in abusive language. Foul. Foul and abusive language. Foul's been removed. Because language doesn't need to be foul to be offensive. And a lot of times, sorry, something I should have said at the start, guys. If I say anything that's offensive or upsetting to anyone here today, I apologise, but I'm only doing so to give you some examples of what happens out on the pitch. I'm probably sure you know a lot of it anyway, but... So it doesn't have to be foul to be abusive or offensive. We did one of these courses at a club with a particular ethnic background. And one gentleman was very upset the fact that 2 years ago he got fined $1,500. It was ridiculous, because all he said was, "Get back to the kitchen, you stupid woman," to the female referee. How was that offensive? Dear me. Dear me. but sometimes it can be unintentional, but still offensive. That's why we've got to be careful. And I'll use an example. It actually happened at my own club. The referee was at the senior game in the middle of the park. Had just finished booked a play. It was only literally 10 metres from the sideline where all the crowd were. One of the players came up to him and said, "What's going on, ref?" He said, "Oh, nothing. The crowd, they're acting like a bunch of monkeys." African gentlemen were in the crowd. They took great offence at it. And he didn't understand what he said. So we've got to be careful. So, irritating, angry, annoying, showing contempt, to speak harshly, to malign, they're all words that make up or a definition of offensive, insulting, and abusive language. Offensive, insulting, and abusive language is a catalyst. It's got to be stamped out. Because what's the next step from there? Physical violence. It's the start. Very, very, very rarely do you see physical violence start before the offensive language starts. It's the other way around. And it is language or gestures. Under the laws, the referee is required to report offensive language. Not should, but it is required to. If a referee at a senior match doesn't treat offensive language properly, he can be suspended. And it has happened. Moving on from what does happen to what can actually happen. These are actual tribunal findings. Has anyone seen these before? I say you've been to the tribunal a few times? No. Have a look. So it's not just financial. Directing foul, abusive, insulting language or threatening behaviour towards the match official. So this is a club associate. It's not a player. It's not a coach. It's someone from the sidelines. And the team got deducted 3 championship points. All these relate to the same charge. Same person, 3 separate charges. So it's cost them $1,000 and 6 points. Another one, pretty similar, $4,000. This is a real. Does everyone know the what's it called? The A-League kicks for kids or whatever it is. The grassroots. This is, and I'm not kidding here, guys. Everyone knows what that is? Yeah. Yeah. You go along, and the club gets a minimum of $1,000 and gets $1,000 for every goal the team scores. Last season, the team scored 4 goals and gave this club $4,000. See the irony?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Where do you think that money went? Where could it have gone? Grounds, kids, kit, gear, anything and everything. It's a lot of money just to lose it like that. Start thinking of things like zip up or cough up. You talk, you should shoot your mouth off, then you're the one who pays the fine. End of season, league ladder. Can anyone tell me what's wrong with it? End of season 2012. Only the team names have been removed to protect the innocent.
Team C.
Team C? Yeah? C and K. I wonder if they were in an altercation together. Where would Team C have finished? Top. Which means? Promotion. Team K, where would they have finished?
State education.
They got relegated. Because they lost points. If there is an incident, how do you report an incident or a referee? There's an online form. Does anyone know about this? Yeah? Club feedback form for match officials. There are 5 very easy areas to fill out. It's online, it's under competitions. I'll show you where that is later. The FFV does take factual event reporting seriously. We've had 3 referees suspended this year, senior referees. And we had 1 referee this year, when they went and assessed him again, they will not be renewing his 30-year-old, so it's not an age thing, will not be renewing his referee ticket next year. So we do take it seriously, both good and bad. It's the only acceptable way to comment on match officials, online. Never say anything to referees on the day. Work out who at your club should fill out these forms. We do not want 11 people filling out a form for the same day, same referee. But be factual. I've had reports where, as you can see over here, fill out the basic stuff, whether their fitness was poor or good, comment, rate them out of 10, and there's 5 basic areas. We've got 1 report that came in that's had no comments, just the referee at 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. What do? Knock it out of the car park.
So you can use this for favourable comments as well.
We would like you to use it for both good and bad referee. We have probably a dozen inspectors. We have 250 senior matches every weekend. And at the local junior level, I know my region, the eastern region, we have probably 6 inspectors. And again, there's 300-400 games going on every weekend. So we rely on clubs to give us feedback. But be factual. If an incident occurs at your club, be the first to put in a report. Don't wait for a report from the FFV saying, please explain. It's not treated as trying to dog somebody in. It's treated as trying to diffuse the situation, trying to get in and tell your side of the story before somebody else does it for you. And regular reporting of both good and bad referees builds credibility. Imagine if you put in a report on a referee this week and said he was crap. Then another referee, he was crap. Another referee, he was crap. What does that look like?
Sour grapes. You don't like referees.
You don't like referees. Exactly, sour grapes. Whereas if you put in a referee, if you get a good referee, put in a good report. If it's an average referee, give him an average score. But then you've got credibility when you put in a report that says this referee was bad in a particular area, you now have credibility. Don't just complain about the bad ones. Offensive language includes sexual-based taunts that we talked about going out of the kitchen. Level 12 provides the referee the correct procedure, best action to take where there is offensive, insulting or abusive language that occurs by a person listed on the team sheet. So we're talking, what is it? What is the appropriate action for a referee to take? According to the laws of the game.
If it's a player, we have a yellow card.
Is it a red or yellow card?
Red card.
Straight red card. No mucking around. Offensive, insulting, abusive language off the pitch. But what happens in, let's say, this situation? Have a look where the referee is. There he is, there, black. These guys are having a chat. These guys are over here having a chat. These guys are over here. He hears offensive, insulting, abusive language, but doesn't know who did it. What do you think he should do? Cancel the game straight away? I think that's a bit harsh, but we're heading there.
Talk to the captain.
Ask for someone to
Sorry, what was that?
Talk to the captains.
Talk to the captains?
Ask for someone to be honest.
I'll try it.
You try it, that's it.
I believe
That'd be valiant.
See if the assistants help.
So, we've actually got there, most of it. The first thing he does is stop the game. These are now instructions, okay? These is not a guideline or anything like that for referees. This is what referees must do. It's part of the rules of competition now. Call both captains together, but we're also going to include the coaches and Anyone else is in the technical area? The marshals. Advise the captains and the marshals the game will not continue where there is audible offensive language. And let them know that if it continues, the game will be abandoned. That's on the pitch. What control has a referee got for people on the other side of the fence? None.
You can evict them. Actually happened to our club. Not our team,
Yep.
but and the opposition team, not only their coach, but actually one of the dads from the other side.
Yep.
He got the marshal to evict him to the car.
Okay, yep. So did the referee evict him?
Yes. Oh, the marshal.
Yeah.
But if the referee
Pretty close.
instructed him to-
Absolutely. Okay, in this case, so it's great, we'll run through this pretty quickly now. Offensive language, clearly heard from a group of spectators, but he doesn't know who it is. Just heard it from over there. First thing he does, stop the game. Calls the captains, the coaches and the marshals together, advises them the game will not continue while there is audible offensive language, indicate what was heard and where it came from. So in other words, guys, I heard this, that came from that group of people over there. If it happens again, what's going to happen? Abandon the game. Offensive language can clearly be heard from an individual, so this time the referee knows exactly who it is. Exactly the same process. And that's the one you've experienced. Stops the game, calls over the captains, the marshals, coaches, advises them the game will not continue while there's offensive language, and says, and I've seen it happen, and you've obviously seen it happen as well, I heard this, it came from that person over there, in the red shirt, if it continues, this game is going to get abandoned. So you deal with it.
When did this come in?
Last
Because
year.
It didn't happen a few months ago.
Biggest problem we have is enforcing this with our referees.
We had one instance where they went straight to the tribunal. They reported it to the tribunal. Why didn't you do this at the time?
We should have.
You should have.
Absolutely. And I agree with you 100%.
It's got to be consistent.
It's got to be consistent.
And that's what referees aren't.
I agree, 100%. Absolutely 100% agree with you. That's what we're trying to achieve.
Why isn't there that level of consistency?
Because we have different levels of training, we have different levels of... Well, the way it works at the moment, in senior football, referees' perspective, that's basically controlled by the FFV themselves, their training, and when you start to get down to the junior levels, they're broken up into branches, and every branch, which has 200 plus referees, they're supposed to do branch meetings once a month. They're supposed to attend branch meetings once a month, when all this sort of stuff we go through. We have got, in our region I know, as I said, roughly 200 referees of all ages, from senior referees down to under 13s. And we would generally get between, including the 9 committee members, we probably get about 15. Now they're supposed to. They're supposed to. Let me just finish this one. They're supposed to attend a minimum of 4 branch meetings a year to maintain their accreditation. What do you think the biggest problem is?
That's not enforced.
It's not. Why do you think it's not enforced? It's one thing to say, unless you come to branch meetings, you won't get any games. But then you get the clubs ringing us up going, I've got a referee. I haven't had a referee for 3 weeks. So some decisions are being made, and they're being made right now. As I said, I am part of the referee standing committee. And the Eastern region, we have made that decision. Is everyone here from the Eastern region? Yep. Don't complain if you don't get any referees this year.
Oh, great.
We're starting a new training program for mid-range referees. So referees, not first-year referees, and unless they pass this course, not this course, it's a full program of positioning and techniques and all that sort of stuff. Unless they attend that course, and they won't get any games. And that's a decision we've made. We've made the decision when we know when we get the calls from the clubs to say, you know, where's our referees? We'll simply say, we don't have anyone good enough to send you. Send us some kids to train, and we're happy to do it. Yeah. So.
We had an incident in a junior game. The game finished. During the game, The referee pulled up one of our African boys, something about a tackle. The boy said, "What did I do wrong?" He explained, he said, "Fine." The boy walked away. No problems whatsoever to the whole game. After the game, they were in the referee's room signing the team sheet book. The players are all out, changed, going into car park. It's near the car park. There's a group of players there. Our players, Africans, and that were walking away in a group. Referee bolts out of the change, out of his room and says, "I heard you say that," and everyone's looking at what's going on. Bolts straight to our Africans and went to our Africans. "I heard you call me a wanker." And he said, "Excuse me? I didn't say anything." And he said, "Yeah, I heard you." And he called him by name, and because he pulled him up, but it wasn't the player, it was a different player. And he said, "I didn't say anything." He denied it. He put in a report. We put in a report. I got a caution, and I wrote a report. How did he know it was him? He had his back to the whole group, and I said, "No, I'm not wearing the caution. We did nothing wrong. You don't know who it was because it was everyone else." Then I was going to take it further to FFV. Then I got a phone call from someone in FFV to say, "Please wear it." And I said, "Why? Is it because you're losing referees and you want me to wear it to show you're responsible for the referees?" And he said, "That's basically the thing. Please wear the caution because we want to show the referees that we're backing them up."
I'm a little bit disappointed with that, I'll be quite frank. Because, because to me it's the opposite. We need to support our clubs to support our referees. You don't support the referees to support the clubs. And this is what we're trying to achieve here. This is one of the things we're trying to achieve, and at the referees things as well, because we're doing this for referees as well. Okay, this is not just for clubs and not just for people, this is for referees and for participants at all levels. And in that sort of situation, I can't really say yes or no what was right or wrong, but I find that a little bit disappointing that you didn't have the due process to.
Well, I was going to, but I virtually, by someone I deal with in FFV who I knew would be honest with me, and he told me that's the reason. They're losing referees and they want to show that they're going to support them. So he said it's only caution. I said it's not the point of the caution.
Yep.
It's the whole car park. Anyone could have said it. You know, if he heard it. I mean, he couldn't see because he had his back to the car park, so he couldn't even see it. But the point is, I wore it because this person in FFV was honest with me.
And that's one of the things, that the challenge we have is, it's what we're actually charged with for the next season, is to find a way of retaining our referees, because we are.
Similar incident, and we end up at tribunal, and remember the tribunal says that the referee is like the Pope, he's sanctimonious.
Oh, I've had that.
So
I think that's wrong too. They should be accountable.
Just ask a question.
Go.
Before the games start, or whatever have you, I'm a junior coach,
Yep.
15s, and we know specifically when we play a particular team, they feel players don't even make that. And you try and tell the referee this particular problem, but they turn and say, "No, you've got to write a report into the FFV, blah, 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 blah." But that could also be a problem during the game, even before the game starts.
Yep.
Now, is that correct?
As a referee, if I know for a fact 100% that a player on a particular team is ineligible to play, I can do nothing about it. I have to play the game.
Why? Aren't you inciting a problem? Because you're going to get dads, you're going to be complaining against other dads, and if a fight breaks out, then we can turn and say, "Well, that referee didn't do his job."
Yeah, he did.
He did.
Yeah, but the rules didn't do specifically against it. The rules didn't back up the game.
The rules say you're not allowed to play an ineligible player.
That's it.
Yeah.
But then you have
Why
to
aren't
have
you
it
abiding
on,
by that rule?
but then you have to have it on camera, and you have to have a photo of the player playing. You have
We
to have
know
a
all
number,
that.
you have to have all these sorts of, we had a,
The rules say that the club is not allowed to play an
ineligible player.
You're actually signing that team sheet that you have done the right thing. Okay? Now, it's not the referee signing the team. The referee is just signing a sheet saying, "Look, I refereed this game.
This is the result.
This is the game, this is the score." The clubs are responsible for doing the right thing. And now, this is where the problem is, that, and a lot of the problem is that a lot of the times the clubs are playing by the win at all cost attitude. And I've been involved in games where I've seen it happen in an under-16 Super League game where kid drove up in a car, parked the car in a court, walked up, played the game, walked off, drove off. There's nothing you can do about it. You can't prove that he's not 16. If they produce an ID card for you telling you that he is.
I want to go away from what you just said a second ago.
Yep.
If you know for a fact, you know personally, that you actually know this kid and he's playing in the wrong team, why can't you stop it?
Because we're told we can't. We have to play the game and put in a report.
So why aren't people stopping? Why aren't people holding the clubs to account for playing underage or overage?
If a report goes in, then it's up to the FFV to investigate.
If every club in the competition has put in a complaint about a particular team and there is no action, can you understand how the clubs feel that,
Absolutely.
that nothing's happening? And I know that happened this season.
Absolutely.
In our competition. A particular club always played overage people, and you know that every other club in the competition put in complaints and nothing happened.
Wouldn't it be good to be proactive?
Oh, absolutely.
I don't understand. I just don't understand the difference between the referee knows definitely if you're saying your hands are tied and you can't stop it from them playing. But you know directly because it's a directive from the actual FFV. I'm thinking, well, couldn't the FFV say let's be proactive? No, if you know the problem, there's a problem there. Stop the problem.
The best the referee can do is walk up to them and say, I'm putting in a report, and to say that you're playing an overage player.
No, but that's
all they can
he
do.
won't do it. He turned in and said to me, no, you've got to put in a report. I said, you got to at least. I said to the referee, why don't you at least tell them this? You've got to put a report in that this such and such.
Yep.
And the film, it's going to be filmed and whatever have you. He goes, no, we can't do that. You'll have to do it. I mean, it's
Every party who knows something has happened wrong should, if that's the referee, then they should put in a report. In that situation, if the referee knew there was an overage player, he should put in a report as well. And why the FFV is not replying, I can't comment on that. I just don't know. The only thing I can suggest is very limited resources, but still not good enough.
I can tell you why I think it's happened, but then I'd be up for one of these.
Good comment. Good comment. All right.
On that situation, if you had that situation with every club putting in a report about this particular club, what I suggest you do is all those clubs get together and write a report together and sign that same report and put on the bottom that we demand a response and action.
Yes.
Because you are a member of the FFV. They work for you.
That's exactly correct. That is 100% correct. Well, that's one thing a lot of people really don't realise, that players are not members of the FFV. Only the clubs are. Players and referees are all members of the FFA. But the clubs are the members of the FFV. They make up the FFV. Without clubs, there is no constitution. There is nothing at all.
And one of the things is, that happened to us, it was a Masters game, and the guy wasn't registered. Apparently he wasn't registered according to my Masters. I put in a complaint to the FFV. I lodged a report. I said, this player, we knew his name, everything about him. We said he was playing. They said he's not registered to that team. Have you got any proof? Yes, I've got X amount of witnesses who actually played against this player. No, you need a photograph of him playing on the day there with his jumper on the field. And the thing is, I got told by the FFV, videotape all your games.
Yeah.
That is the only way you can prove what. If the referee gets it wrong on the day and puts in a report against your club and you weren't party to that incident, or if the
burden of proof is on you.
The burden of proof is on us.
Yep.
We have to prove that we did the right thing, so the only way is to videotape. We don't have the resources to do that.
Yeah.
That's the problem. So we get lumbered with all these things that aren't our fault, and and then it's our word or our officials' words against the referee or the other side. So they've told us to videotape it.
Is there any way of getting prior notice of who the referee is prior to the game? Because in some situations we've had younger referees who go to school with just about the whole team, and he on purposely made the wrong decisions and even swore to the kids. The kids resisted with the swearing, they created a fuss, and then the coach got involved, and then his father, who was the FFV inspector on the sideline, took our referee to the car park, and that's the incident he talked about, the gentleman talked about behind.
Yep.
Now, I knew the referee, the inspector, plus the referee, the son, plus my kid was in the game as well. I knew of the conflict that had happened at school. That the referee should not have refereed that game.
Agreed. They should have excused themselves.
If we get prior notice, we can say we don't want him due to these.
The other problem with that, getting prior notice, is it can happen the other way. Referees can be intimidated before they get to the game.
Well, that's a fair point too.
The complete opposite end of the spectrum, Brazilian referees don't know where they're refereeing until they get on a plane and open an envelope on the day. Because that's the extreme example, but they get kidnapped. Last one, we really need to move on.
Can I just change the subject about the laws of the game?
Yep.
Referee interprets it one way, player interprets it. Is there any way, plain, simple English, like how far is pushing what you create is pushing? Just simple English, because there's so much conflict about the referees, is it this way?
Yep.
Clubs or personal style, like basic laws, yes, but interpretation of the rules is how you read it, and is there any way?
Yeah, unfortunately, there is that word in the referee's opinion.
Yeah, can that be
That's-
taken out?
That'd be nice, wouldn't it? The referee had no opinion. Okay.
FFV.
But that comes down to what I was talking about before, consistency.
If you've got FIFA rules, FFV or FFA can interpret alter a bit. Is that true or not?
No.
So what rules were
No, the interpretations come down from FIFA. There's no
So
difference.
what rules we get off into FIFA rules,
Yep.
not FFV or
Correct.
FFA?
The only difference is the rules of competition, okay, which is slightly different, which says you can have 5 people rotating on the bench and things like that. But the laws of the game cannot be changed. That simple. You can't say, oh, we'll let people be a metre offside, we won't call it. Can't do it.
Does the FFV actually look at the referees and just say, listen, mate, you're being a bit too much of a hard?
Yes.
Because I'll give you one instance, my particular player, he puts the ball down for a place kick. As soon as he puts it down, he goes, no, hit me, I'll pick it up and went to the other side, got a yellow card.
That's silly.
But I said that to the referee. I went under the other and said,
Go on, we'll have one more, we'll move on.
2 weeks ago, there was someone from the FFV talking about how he goes to talk to a referee before the game starts. As a coach, I would probably never do that, because I would think it would put a lot of referees, especially young referees, juniors, that could almost be seen as intimidation before the game even starts. I just want your view on that.
Well, my view is that coaches should seek out the referee. We actually instruct the young referees that when they first arrive at the match, find the coaches and introduce yourself. Hi, I'm your referee for the day. You know, if you want to report on me, that's fine. How can I have the books and the stuff in the change rooms as soon as can? That's all it takes. But yeah, no, we actually encourage it.
They usually come to us to inspect the kids' boots and whatever they're wearing.
Yep.
Things like that.
Yep.
No, but this is the coach talking to the referee.
Yep.
Saying to the referee what he expects from the game.
No, that's inappropriate. That's inappropriate. In that case, the referee should say thanks, but I'll referee my own way. Thank you very much. Yeah, no, that's inappropriate.
There was someone from the FFV saying that last 2 weeks ago.
No, that's a bit inappropriate.
I didn't think the coaches were supposed to talk to the referee. I thought it was the marshals had to get them, and team manager had to present the book, and then they escorted the referee onto the pitch and made sure that no one talked to him on
Generally speaking, that is what happens. When I'm talking about introducing yourself, I'm probably talking about higher levels, when you start to get up to the under 18s, under 16As and blues, and then into the more senior ranks. We actually recommend that they go and introduce themselves. Hi, I'm in the change rooms, have the stuff, because they're expected to be at the games at least an hour before kick-off. That happens all the time, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So that's when that sort of stuff, when pitch inspections and all that sort of stuff will happen.
Well, I can say for girls, juniors last year, every referee did that every game. They introduce themselves.
Good. That's terrific.
Excellent.
I'm glad. Okay. So, if offending racial or sexual taunting continues, we're instructed we must end the game. Happened in a semi-final under 15 boys game this year that I witnessed. The referee called the game off because the parents were abusing from the sidelines, just walked away. We see this all the time, don't we? I mean, how are we expected to tell our kids that this stuff's not on, or our parents or our coaches, when we see this from our heroes? When we see these...
Last night of a victory game, you saw something.
Everyone...
The icon's really interesting on his shirt as well when we were about gender before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Can we take a picture of it?
Google it, you'll find it. Take a picture of it if you like. Can you honestly tell me that this kid has any idea what he is doing? No. So where did he learn it? Not necessarily his parents. Obviously from somewhere else. But he's obviously finding that that's acceptable. At that age. Ridiculous. We've got to get rid of it. We need to get rid of it. It cannot be tolerated anymore. It's up to us. All of us. Hopefully the sound works.
Open your eyes! My woman can referee this game, Ben!
Listen to this muppet. Every week he does this, screaming and shouting at everyone.
Ref! Ref! That's a yellow card, Ref! Card him! Yellow card him, yellow card! How are these kids supposed to learn the game if you don't know the game?
No? Sorry guys, I'm trying to find the volume.
But he gives up his Saturday mornings to do this. Now, was it the right decision? It might have been, it might not have been, who knows? We all make mistakes.
You mug!
Would you take this at work? Nah.
Okay, thank you. No, don't thank me, thank you!
Just clear the
You're
playing
a
area,
player.
please.
You ain't got a clue! Player!
You see, Dad's trying to live out his own dreams through his son.
Jenny, what's the matter with you? That's a suicidal...
Now, how's he supposed to learn if he can't make his own mistakes?
Referee, you're not watching the game, mate. You're watching me. You ain't going to see nothing here.
It's no wonder we're losing so many refs when we're having to put up with people like Jet Biscuit here every week.
Come on, Stevie! You're running about like a chicken with no eggs. Liven it up!
And it's no wonder thousands of kids give up the game either. If we carry on like this, we won't have a game left.
Ref!
Some of us need to take a long, hard look at ourselves.
We see this every weekend, don't we? Practically every weekend. All right. The club becomes responsible for making sure players, coaches, club officials and spectators do not use offensive language, but you're able to express your concerns via the online reporting. The club is also responsible for monitoring the match officials' behaviour and performance. Mutual respect allows players and coaches and spectators to understand what a referee is entrusted to do. And allows referees to understand the frustration that you guys get and have. We know there is inconsistent decision making, and I'm here, I'm telling you, we know. We know we have unfit referees who don't get out of the referee circle, or the centre circle. Low quality, poor man management skills, or inability to deal with players. But unless you tell us about them, we can't do anything about it. Just some basic things, referees, what puts pressure on a referee? The laws of the game, they change, the interpretations change. We get pressure from the regions, different directives change. I mean, we never get pressure from clubs or officials, do we? No. Logistics, time, distance, that sort of thing, getting to and from games. I went to a game this year, 3 o'clock kickoff, middle of winter. They were running an hour late. 3 o'clock game was never going to get finished. So from other referees, put pressure on ourselves, training, confidence, our own beliefs, and of course everyday life, partners, work, life pressures, all that sort of stuff. Some simple rules: no response or comment during or after a match. The new GDT, the grievance and disciplinary laws have come out, and part of that is that a referee has the ability to red card players 2 hours either side of the match. Now I disagree with that, but they're the instructions. So,
What do you mean 2 hours? Like, in what instances 2 hours before the match?
if a player uses offensive language towards a referee before a match, and they haven't even got changed yet, they can still give them a red card. So it's not just reporting them, they can actually be cautioned. Use the structured feedback form. Let everyone know that that's the only way the club reports on referees. And have active club information sessions. Sessions like this, if your club wants to do, and we encourage it, we invite you to get your coaches and players and team managers and all that sort of involved in these sorts of sessions.